Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 7th Officer Club Championship. My name is Ólafur Hrafn, and I will be your host for today. I'll also be your main caster today because I'm starting off today alone. So things have been super hectic, and I ended up actually, not confirming another caster, but we have some awesome caster potential players in the pool here today, so they're going to be joining me throughout the day to take part in the cast later on. But let's go on to the bracket because we have a stacked bracket. This is the last OCC of the year. I am super excited. This is the first OCC after Breakthrough, so I cannot wait to see what these guys are going to do with research and how that's going to play out in the tournament setting. Are we going to see the U-boats? Are we going to see some nukes? Who knows? But taking a look at the bracket, here we go. We're going to be starting off with a battle between Trues and Blue Blast. Then we're going to be moving on to Darkness versus Hui Hui. Then it's going to be Tiger versus J King 7. Then Innocent Bubbles versus Charlin 1805. I think all of these players are awesome players. I think most of them are veterans. We've seen Innocent Bubbles here before. We've seen J King here before. Darkness, Blue Blast, Hui Hui, all been here before. I think this is the first time we see Charlin in an OCC. First time we see Tiger, and the first time we see Trues. I'm pretty sure those guys will definitely want to become regulars here. However, so let's hope that. Let's hope that they can continue their winning streak. I mean, Christmas vacation is around the corner. It's the perfect time to hone your KARDS skills. As I am alone today, and I'm also doing things like the production side of things and stuff, then forgive me if I take a little bit of additional time sometimes in between segments. But we are pretty much ready for the first game. I mean, there's nothing that's really stopping us apart from the fact that I need to put their pictures and names on the overlay. Well, there we go. So I know chat is about 5 minutes delayed, so I won't be able to have really good interaction with chat, but I want to hear how is everybody liking Breakthrough so far, and what is your favorite card in that expansion? Something that I'm really, really interested to know. I'll be looking at chat, in 5 minutes when you guys are going to be answering me. It's going to be pretty good. Personally, I really fell in love with that spy ring ramp kind of Soviet USA deck. Super fun to be able to, sometimes ramp a lot and then maybe pop multiple research cards over the course of one game. I think that's something that was really stuck out to me. Almost ready, guys. I promise. Almost ready. I hope everybody is having a great day. I hope everybody is so technically, I hope everybody's on break, on holiday, having fun, enjoying. It's been one hell of a year we've had here in 2020, and it's definitely I think people deserve a good time over the holidays. That's why we're also kind of happy to be here, bringing you all this cards content. We're going to be live here today with the OCC. I'm still on the bracket screen while I'm doing this. I don't know why I'm not showing you guys my face. I apologize. However, we're going to be here today doing the OCC. We're doing the full top 8 all the way. Then tomorrow, we're going to be back. It's going to be me and Darkness, and we're going to be casting the top 8 of the Pauper Cards Open 3. And I can tell you, we've already recorded some of the games, and they are pretty awesome. And especially if you are kind of, a little bit less along, like not as far along in your collection as maybe some of the people that you see here on stream today. That is the perfect avenue for you to go and see what cards are really valuable early, because I'm convinced that with those decks, any one of the players could go and get a top 100 placement or something with just standard and limited cards. So now I just need to add the picture of Comtrues here to our overlay, and at that point we're basically ready. At that point I can give the players green light. They are already prompted to challenge each other, so when we pull the trigger, we are ready to go. Getting the picture. There we go. Alrighty. Let me give the players the green light. So you are interested in knowing a little bit about the nations that these guys are bringing. There it is. The nations that they are bringing. Blue Blast is bringing Japan, Soviet. It's a pretty interesting combination. Then we have Germany, Japan, and then Soviet, USA. Then Comtrues is bringing Britain, Japan, Japan, Soviet, and Soviet, Britain. So a lot of Soviet here. There's Soviet being represented in 4 out of the 6 decks, which I think is pretty interesting, to be honest. Oh, looks like Charlin is not popping up as online for blue for some reason. Oh, yeah, there we go. Challenge is being issued, and we are almost good to go here, I think. Hope. Yeah, there we go. Decks are being selected. Let me bring up the deck list here. All right, so blue is bringing Japan Soviet deck, and that is packing a Jade division. Oh, and we're into game number 1. Let's bring it up here. I'm not going to be talking about the Japan deck because we are not seeing it at the moment. This is going to be the Soviet deck from Comtrues, actually his Soviet Britain deck versus what I can only assume is a countermeasure deck, German deck. Let me see, German Japan. It has Careless Talks, Root Out the Enemy, Leopold's. Oh no, this is just a pure late game crazy value German deck here for blue. So really interested to see how that's going to go for him. And starting us off here with the research, probably going to be playing the Takasaki here on turn 4, and knows that he doesn't have to worry too much about taking face damage. But Comtrues here has a decision to make. Do I develop my board or do I attack face? Chooses to go for the damage, probably expecting something like a Takasaki coming out next turn as a potential. But I'm really interested if he goes for the additional draw here. I mean, it does threaten. Oh, seems like he does. Panzer III coming out here, finding the Leopold. It does threaten the it's the Chaika. So the East Surrey comes out, meaning that Blue Blast's HQ is safe without having to kind of play that Takasagi. Can now proc his Arado, finds a Wolf Pack, which is awesome for his next turn if he wants it. So let me know if there's no in-game sound, because I'm doing a little bit of a different style of getting the gameplay this time around, with the showing both hands at once. Hey, Spoos and Scout, if you guys want to come cast, you can come cast. Like, be my guests. I'm more than happy to have you on. I just didn't feel right asking on such a short notice for you guys to make space in your schedule. Retreating the Panzer III there? I think that was maybe a little bit weird, but okay. Wondering what Blue Blast is gonna do here. That's a higher level IQ play than I can explain. Right? Let's leave it at that. Not call it weird. Let's just say that I don't understand. Let's see what Blue comes up with here. Got 7 credits to his name. He can draw. The Blom and Voss probably not going out since he doesn't really have any countermeasures to go with it, even though the body is fine. Yeah, alright, decides to go for it. I think it's okay. I mean, that definitely, you know, a 2-4 fighter, getting it on the field, credit efficient. I'm wondering why he's holding his Nebelwerfers, but that's probably, again, a reason that I just don't know. Ooh, the Parade drawing him the 845th rifles. That could be useful, but definitely not the highest value target for that to draw. I mean, I'm guessing there's definitely things like, you know, the KVs, the Joseph Stalins, those types of cards, the Naval Brigade. You know, getting the Naval Brigade out of Parade is just absolutely fantastic. Feels really good. But now Blue Blast has to kind of decide, does he want to continue on with his research? Does he want to put some hand pressure on? Does he want to use his board? I mean, he feels fairly comfortable right now, you know, turtled up. Kind of out of range for Carpet Bomb on most of his stuff. The only thing that would die is the Arado. So Comtru still has a turn to really set up that Carpet Bomb. Needs to get that Takasaki down. Preferably needs to get that Blom and Moss down by 1 as well. It's going to be difficult. It definitely get a hit on the Panzer III. So, a few questions that are here in chat. I'm answering them 5 minutes late, but I do see them. I think the mushroom. I think the nuke animation looks awesome. I mean, it looks like you're a little bit a while out. I mean, maybe there could be a shadow or something. I think your project can be great, but it's only kind of niche great. I think it competing against the U-boat is almost impossible. Blue's wearing a party hat, the Christmas hat. I love it. Now the Carpet Bomb comes out, and it's not enough to take out most of the stuff. So I wonder, you know, Making use of the A45 to get a 2-for-1 here, taking out the Panzer II instead of attacking the Takasaki, also means that you can kind of have more control over when you discard a card. But that Leopold, pushing things back into a full hand, will fully discard 3 units here. Wow! That's pretty huge. Man, those extra 10 credits coming in huge. I was speechless there for a moment. And overdrawing the hammer as well. That's pretty much a game winner. You know, Comtrues needed that hammer so bad to be able to deal with that Leopold, especially now with that Takasaki in the front line. The Takasaki in the front line means that he needs to attack that and have something survive on board to be able to move across the field and get to that Leopold. Man, that's amazing. I wonder if this is like the full purpose of the deck here for Blue Blast, or if this just happened to be how it happened. Man, that's insane. And tactical strike plus Nebelwerfer, that's going to be enough, and that's going to be a whole host of damage being done to face here. 9 damage, taking the Moscow HQ down to 10 HP. Heroes of the Soviet Union being discarded. No luck to find something there. You know, he could have possibly pulled. I don't know. Is there anything that he could have pulled that would help him there? I guess not. There's no real blitz fighter that would do that. But again, look, you know, even with the buckets, these are both going to die. It's an attack from the Leopold, it's an attack from the Nebelwerfer, and they're just going to stay alive. Doesn't matter though, you can also do lethal. shows that I'm still not at 10 out of 10 when it comes to counting. But that's going to be Blue Blast taking game number 1 here against Comtrues. Really, really interesting one, in my opinion. I can't lie. It was actually pretty crazy. I wonder, again, I really do wonder if that was something that sorry. I wonder if that deck is built around getting to that stage of research and then trying for a huge turn. I mean, it kind of looks like it, considering that, you know, there's a From the Deep in there. Yeah, there's a From the Deep in there. Give them the green light. Good to go. All right. Go. So I mean, yeah, there's a Tiger IE in there. There's a Leopold, some Panther A's, some Wolf Packs. I mean, this is something that definitely really benefits from that additional 10 credits within a turn. You can really take over a game. And yep, we are back in it. Blue Blast versus Comtrues here. Game number 2. Blue Blast currently leading the series 1-0. And look at Blue's hand. He has 3 Spy Rings. And this is the deck that I believe I've been talking about. The kind of Spy Ring ramp deck. But you really don't want 3 of them in your hand. However, because there's such an abundance of them, he can take the V1 flying bomb here and just get rid of one of these. And he's definitely going to be taking out that bomber. I would expect so. Passes the turn. Boom. There it goes. The bomber is out. But is he going to regret doing that now? The Hurricane comes out and he has no answer. Blue Blast, with no easy way to deal with that right off the bat, has to spend a turn grabbing the research, can't even use it. And that means Comtruce can sneak in, 6 damage to face here. That's definitely not something that you want to see this early on if you're Blue Blast. Maybe he wants to... Okay, I was thinking maybe he wanted to do some shenanigans. Maybe he wanted to go wide on the board, try and set up something for a big close air support, but he doesn't have it in hand at the moment. So the safe option here is to take that 6 damage to face. And now Blue is desperately hoping to find German research, and it did not come. It was the American research, and that's not what he wanted, but depth charges. It's going to ramp him up and keep his HQ safe. Depth charge is actually a super, super valuable card. And there's little for Comtruce to do here, other than just, play a gladiator and draw. But it's allowing Comtruce to completely control the pace of the game. While Blue Blast is really kind of in turtling defense mode right now, hasn't gotten his ramp off really, doesn't really have any answers for the board at the moment. This is a really tough spot for him to be able to get anything done. Comtruce, wisely just drawing what he needs to end the game and then continuing to develop his board. Blue Blast, Workers Unite, instead of, found the Night Witches. That's going to allow him to have a good next turn. He's going to take the depth charges again, keep his HQ safe. He's going to then probably play the Night Witches, use the From the People to take out that Hurricane with the Fury. And, but that's a great play from Comtruce. I mean, he has the ability to make that fighter have Fury. Blue Blast getting a minority recruits. But both the planes that can really help him have more than 1 operation cost. Night Witches, Hurricane, say goodnight. But how much damage is Comtruce able to do here? +2, +2, so +4, +4. He has to spend 5 credits. Then he can only get off 1 attack. There's one, he can reduce the op cost with one of those orders, I think, right? See, this is why I normally have a player expert with me. By the way, can we talk about how good this overlay looks now? It looks really good. For the Emperor, yes, that's what I thought. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be game. Comtruce taking game number 2 here against Blue Blast. That is absolutely awesome, because that means the first series that we're seeing post breakthrough is going to game number 3, and it means that Brit Air is pretty much still viable. It looks like all the research in the world was being thrown at that deck right now, but that wasn't enough. Man, these games have been awesome so far. I'm sorry, like I'm also just a little bit of just giddy to see these matches. I am super excited for these matches. Oh, and we are in to the next match. Match number 3 here. Blue Blast versus Comtrues. Both of them playing with their fancy World Championship card backs here. And look at that starting hand from Comtrues. Man, so much early pressure, but just getting those 3 across the field is going to mill his deck like crazy. I'm almost, if I'm blue, I'm almost tempted to just let them be for as long as possible, having them just continuously mill that deck. But oh my god, look at that. Look at that. Finding the Yamato turn 4. Look at Blue's face. 4 34th regiments are out on turn 2. He blocks the front line and putting himself in a position where he can start training with them. There's the 4th one. But you don't want to play it. You don't want to play it. That mills 4 cards every turn. That means you have 5 turns before your deck is done. A little bit of an unlucky ping there for Comtrues. He definitely wanted to hit that frontline 845th, keep all 3 of those units in the support line alive so that he could play the Yamato next turn and get a lot of value out of that. I wonder if we're going to see him now hold the Yamato, play the Mito Regiment, attack into the 845th, and leave it at that next turn, and then possibly try and go for something like a frontline play. Move up to the front line, play a 34th. Okay, I mean, he could play the Katyusha here as well. Move up one of the 34th and play the 4th one, but that's going to mill so many cards. At the same time, it's so much damage with Yamato. Oh! I totally forgot about that. And he would have had more. He would have had more if that Katyusha wasn't there. What is going on? It's a breakthrough. It's a breakthrough. He didn't have room for the 3rd one that he milled that turn in his support line. I did it on purpose that I didn't analyze all of the different deck lists before this. Blue Blast now, he just has to get to 10 credits so that he can take one of these Alpine units and get a favorable trade. He's got a hammer in hand, so he's able to deal with some stuff. I think Comtrues would be wise here to get rid of that 845th before Blue is able to attack it into one of those really high attack units there, possibly giving him a little bit of HP and extending his life a little bit longer. He keeps getting milled. He's just waiting. He's waiting to see if he'll get another one. And if this doesn't work, if Blue Blast finds the answer here, then Comtrues is in trouble. And I think Blue Blast has the answer here. He can hammer the 6/6. He can attack into the 5/5. It's going to put him up to 19, out of lethal range. He still has some ways to gain HP. He's got a research card there, Spiring. He could potentially find something like depth charges, getting himself later on into the game where he could possibly find answers. But sitting on the board right now with Yamato is, well, no longer, but that's 8 damage on the board at the moment. Plus the 2 Mitos, that's an additional 4. So that's 12 damage. It's inevitable from blue there. And now he's only going to get 3 HP from his 845th. Not that that's terrible, but could have been a little bit more. But he would have taken 2 extra damage to face, though. So, man, Comtrues is in a really, really good position here. I think Blue Blast is probably banking on being able to play one of those Avengers, possibly getting rid of it. But I think at this point in time, man, you start looking at something like, oh, I don't even know. I don't even know what could save blue here. Yeah, radar coming out. That's going to give him health and draw him a card. He finds the Arbitrate, but he's 1 credit short. Not enough ramp has gone off this game. It means he's going to take a significant chunk of damage. And he knows that he doesn't have the healing in the deck to be able to continue on. And yeah, that Type 93, that's going to do it. That's going to be it. Comtrues taking out Blue Blast in game number 1 in series number 1 of this final OCC of 2020. First OCC he enters, coming in strong and taking out one of the favorites. Someone that you can only agree is one of the favorites. Man, what a crazy match there. The 34th pretty much milling his entire deck, but finding those Soviet Alpine units. Man, that's so crazy. That's so crazy. Let's take a look at the bracket, how that looks after that series. Comtrues having progressed on into the next round. That means that next up, it's going to be Darkness and Hui Hui. We're going to be going on a short break while we get those guys set up. Because it's just me at the moment, I'm going to see if I can get Blue to join me, if he's not too sad after that loss. But we're going to be using the break screen a little bit more while it's just me. So, there we go. Pretty much ready for the quick break, but taking a look at the bracket, guys. You know what's coming up. You know what's coming up. It is Darkness. It is Hui Hui. Hui Hui is a previous winner of the OCC as well, and you know, you don't have to really introduce Darkness at this point in time. Everybody knows who he is, so cannot wait for that match. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We need to get the players on the computers in the game, added on friends, and challenging each other, but we will be back with Darkness versus Hui Hui after this. And we are back here from break. The players are just getting set up. I am starting to see the feed from China here. Darkness is confirmed online on the PC here for us. What these players are bringing: Hui Hui is bringing Germany, Britain, then bringing Japan, USA, then bringing Britain, USA. So no Soviet Japan being brought there. All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. Let's see. Man, you know what? I forgot that I removed my hair gel from the office when I did the World Championship. So now I have really, really dull hair for you guys today. I'm really sorry about that. I try to look the best and the nicest for you guys whenever I can, but fortunately I have dull hair today. I'm gonna see if Blue is able to join me here for the cast. Would be a lot of fun. Looks like the players are pretty much good to go. Giving them the green light. Looks like Darkness is maybe taking a small break. In the meantime, let's talk about the decks that Darkness is bringing here. Darkness is bringing Japan, Germany. Then he is bringing Germany, Japan. A lot of variation between those two decks, but actually these are two completely different decks. It's actually pretty funny. In the past, when we've seen this happen, you know, some people bring Japan, Germany, Germany, Japan. They're normally the same, you know, 25, 30 cards, and then a little bit of difference, but it's just the cards that do the same thing in the other nation. So now after Breakthrough, we're seeing completely different decks here. Even though these are just the two same nations, but these decks are very, very different. And then finally, for Darkness, and this one I am most excited about, it is Soviet France. Soviet France. What is that? Man. I can't wait. Well, we don't have to wait much longer because we are into the game. Darkness versus Hui Hui has begun. And we can see Darkness there focused. As always, Hui's cards are going to be in the upper side there. Darkness on the lower side. And Hui Hui bringing his British deck versus the Japan deck here from Darkness. The beef wagon coming out on turn one, immediately putting so much pressure on. But there is a bomber ready to go for Hui Hui. Could draw a couple of attacks if Darkness is thinking about trading. But well, all right, draws one. That's fine. Next turn, he's able to get rid of that 15th cav with the deployment effect from that albacore. So all right, as we keep going here, Darkness pours on the pressure, takes out the albacore, wondering if he should move his Type 93 up to get the beef wagon or just play it. Opts to just play it. And I think that's pretty interesting. Probably trying to protect the Type 93 from, you know, what, something like Awoken Giants or something like that. But it's still going to be within reach of, you know, something like the Kitty Hawk. So could have potentially had the 33rd Recon out there. But at the same time, that's not maybe what you want anyways. Keeps finding ways to pour on the pressure though, and he is holding the Key 83 as well. The Key 83 is going to be absolutely crucial for him to get out before, you know, as soon as possible, so that he can continue on with his card draw, try and find that feigned retreat, and keep going with the aggression. But the deployment effects for Hui Hui just keep stacking up, and that Type 93 is no more. However, Key 83 coming out now, and at the moment, there is nothing on the field for Hui Hui that can really deal with it. Taking out the Albacore as well, so he can't use the Albacore to do something like proc the ambush or, you know, some shenanigans like that. He's not able to find a free trade either. I mean, he could have used bolster the ranks on that Albacore to take out that beef wagon, for instance. So none of that is allowed, and the key being retreated here, meaning that it does not proc its effect. No cards are drawn from the key. And now, do you play the Panzer 35T or not? And goes face. All right, that is interesting. But look, so one thing that I didn't catch, there is an Ultra in the hand of Hui Hui. That means that if he plays that correctly, if he reads it correctly, he could potentially stop the feigned retreat. And oh my god, the bolster the ranks is enough to take out the Key 83. And the close air support keeping the Kitty Hawk alive through another trade. And now 2 big threats on the board for Hui Hui. In Darkness, he just needs to pour on the pressure. Puts everything in the front line, is hoping to find that feigned retreat so that he can find more draw. But that Key 83 completely being shut down, absolutely masterfully for Hui Hui. And the Monty coming out, that is terrible news for Darkness. That means that Hui Hui could just go face this round if he wants to. And the Ultra being procced, meaning that if Darkness ends up finding the feigned retreat off the top, that's not going to be enough. That's not going to be enough. That Monty was enough to take the game for Hui Hui. He has 2 0 operation cost fighters with 11 damage total on the field, and there's nothing guarding the HQ for Darkness. Hui Hui goes straight for the jugular, straight for the kill, and takes game number 1 against Darkness. Man, that was a crazy game. Wow. It was insane. The way Hui Hui dealt with that Key 83 was absolutely masterful. Let's be 100% clear on that. But we are into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. It is Darkness versus Hui Hui. Hui Hui leads 1-0. Darkness now bringing his Japan-German deck again into the Japan-USA deck here from Hui Hui. And that 15th Cav already causing some pain. Already causing some pain. But, you know, the fact that that Signal Regiment is out for Darkness actually means that, you know, just trading that Panzer 35T was worth. Soul of Old Japan finding a Shiden. Kagoshima. Tough to deal with, but I believe that is a Sendai in the hand of Hui Hui. Well, that definitely is a half track on the field, pushing the Kagoshima Regiment back into the hand of Darkness. Darkness opting to take the front line here with the Mito Regiment, undoubtedly setting up a Rising Sun to get some draw going here in the early game. Amphibious Assault enough to take out that Signal Regiment early. Really don't want to see that if you're relying on the burn, but still plenty of damage left in the tank here for Darkness, so not too worried about that. Another Mito could actually have 2 Mitos here in the front line and proc the Rising Sun. There's also the possibility of running the Key 83 here early against an opponent like Hui Hui. I mean, he doesn't know that he's running US ramp here. He's going to see it now, and I wonder if he's going to use that opportunity to play the Key 83, because that's going to cause massive overdraw here for Hui Hui. He's already holding 6 cards in hand, and he's going to draw 4 next turn. But no, instead, just opting to go... I mean, this is why he's here playing in this tournament, and I'm not, because I would be too obsessed with playing some, like... awesome games with the size of the hand, but what? Out of nowhere, 14 damage. And that encirclement isn't even enough to do it. Oh, the Type 93. That's enough, right? Does he have enough credits? No, he needs to spend 3 credits, and he needs 4 to attack. He's 1 credit off. 1 credit off. And Hui Hui takes it 2-0. Darkness not finding the success he wanted in those 2 games. Heartbreaking stuff. But man, Hui Hui, what a player. Absolutely whirlwind games here. These 2, wow. I am extremely shocked, but at the same time excited. Those were some crazy combos that Hui Hui was pulling out there. And let's take a look at how the bracket is standing after that. That means that Comtrues is going to be taking on Hui Hui here in the semifinals. That means Darkness, unfortunately, is out of the competition at the moment. Next up, we're going to be watching Tiger versus J King 7. So when we get back, it's going to be Tiger versus J King 7. And we are extremely excited for that one. First time that we see Tiger here in the OCC. And of course, we've seen J King 7 multiple times. Last time we saw him was, I believe, in the November OCC. Or did we see him again after that? Or before that, the World Championship? Well, I mean, everyone should know who J King is. He's also competing in the top 8 in the Pomper tournament, so obviously a very good cards player. And I think everybody here should be and is excited to see what he can bring to the table. Just setting up the break screen here for us so that we are able to know the match that is coming up while we are on break. Almost done. All right, guys. When we come back, it is going to be J King 7 versus Tiger from China. I would say Tiger, being the first time that he plays on this stage, the first time he's in the OCC, is definitely coming into this as an underdog, but we have all seen what the Chinese underdogs are capable of. Is Tiger going to be able to continue the assault coming from the East onto the KARDS competitive scene here and take out one of the tournament favorites, or will J King continue on his tradition of making it past the first round in the OCC? Well, we'll find out right after this. All right, we are back. I'm finding out that keeping that monitor on actually keeps me pretty overexposed, so adding a third monitor to the setup, not an improvement, it seems. But no worries. Figure that out. All right, the players are both in the game, and I'm going to be giving them the green light to go. Go. Unfortunate thing is that this is where I keep the deck lists, right? So, all right, let's talk about what these guys are bringing here. I'll do it through here. So, J King 7, he is bringing Japan, Germany, Britain, USA, USA, Soviet. And then Tiger, he is bringing Japan, Soviet, USA, Germany, Britain. So, before we get into this, Tiger's opponent in the play-in games, he ended up actually forfeiting his match because he was unable, he felt, to field full 3 decks because he only started to play the game so recently that his collection was pretty small. But, you know, I went and looked into him, but this player has been performing absolutely amazing. And talking about that, so I just wanted to give him a huge shout out. But apologies. We are into the game. Game number 1 here between J King and Tiger. Let me get Tiger's picture in there as well. Real quick. As we look at the mulligan here, and it is going to be Japan versus Japan mirror matchup here on the new Breakthrough Battlefield. And J King already off to a flying start here, pulling out the beef wagon and the 15th Cavalry on turn number 1, pouring on pressure. However, the Soviet ally here for Tiger, enough to find him Bloody Sickle. That allows him to deal with the 15th Cavalry, reduce the pressure being put on him a little bit. Now responding with his own 15th Cavalry, taking out the beef wagon, clogging up the front line. And interesting, just playing the Type 93 here, not really protecting it at all. And I wonder if we're going to see the Raiding Brigade come out here for J King or not. No, opting to wait with it, not playing the Raiding Brigade at all. Wants to use that on a higher value target. Also, really, what is Tiger going to be doing with that Type 93? Is he going to just run it up into the front line? Signal Regiment here for J King. And the Desperate Measures, that's going to clear the board. Does hit him a little bit on the credits. He does lose a credit when he plays that Signal Regiment, down to 3 credits. He's going to have 4 credits next turn, meaning that his first turn advantage in terms of credits has now been negated. He's now stuck, fairly behind here on card draw, but he does have that Enigma, and that Enigma can come in huge for him right now. That's going to draw him 4 cards, 1 credit per card, and great cards it was. That Akita definitely going to help him. The Bicycle Regiment is a really cheap trade into that tank if he wants it. Also, really difficult kind of for Tiger to spend his turn here attacking. I mean, yeah, okay, perfect. Works out well for him here. The Type 93 buffs that tank, goes face, gets 4 damage in. But a lot of ways that J King is able to deal with this. Opting to trade the Akita here, looks like. And ending the turn with the Bicycle Regiment there in the front line on 2 damage, meaning that if the 34th wants to trade into it, it's going to kill it. But the Bloody Sickle in Tiger's hand is going to be enough to get rid of it and open up that front line for the 34th. Wonder what we're going to see, if he's going to play the J Division behind it or if he's just going to continue putting on the pressure. Looks like he just wants to play the 15th Cav, possibly playing a Sendai, possibly playing that. Oh, yeah, opting for the Soviet Alpine unit here, the 35th Mountain Rifles. And now the trades commence. Oh, this always feels so painful, you know, if you use something like a Mito regiment to trade into something like a 15th Cav, but uses the Type 93 wisely there to get rid of it, gets the Mito into the front line, and now Tiger is starting to look a little bit thin on HP. He's kind of just, you know, chilling a little bit there. Looking at his hand, he has the Raiding Brigade that could take out the Signal Regiment. That's his latest draw. It also has Blitz, so he has the ability to trade out the Mito and take the front line here. I wonder if Sendai could be a good option. I mean, you definitely do want to Sendai something like the Mito away so that you don't take the destruction effect. J King obviously noticing that one. Taking the front line with that Soviet 35th rifles is also really, really good. It's a big body that's going to absorb the attacks of a lot of these smaller Japanese infantry units. Most of them have 2 attacks, so it's going to take 3 of them to break through that 35th mountain rifles. So a good move here for Tiger to just contest the front line. J King playing the Mitos, playing the Akitas, taking over the board again, but now the Raiding Brigade comes out. Now the reverse pressure begins. And without the Signal Regiment, oh my god! The pressure is relentless. And the only thing that he can take out with the Raiding Brigade is the Type 93. It does save him some damage, but man, that 4-4 in the front line, it does bump up the cost of the cards in hand though, but does allow him to proc that Rising Sun, find 2 more cards. J King taking notes, noting that Rising Sun has been played, but finding that Katyusha could really help him here to deal with the board. The Key 83 as well. Pretty interesting because he's putting it there to just threaten lethal. The effect of it just doesn't matter at all. And Feigned Retreat, that's not what J King needs. The only out he possibly has here is by attacking with the 33rd Recon and drawing something good. Panzer 35T, that's not going to cut it either. Tiger might be upsetting everything here and taking game number 1 here against J King. That's the Sendai. That's what he needed. But it was too late. The bombing raid is going to seal the deal. And J King 7 loses game number 1 against Tiger. Absolutely amazing showing there. And man, that Soviet Japan deck really, really looks good. That really looks amazing in a tournament setting. I might need to try that one myself. So during my Christmas break, I'm going to be starting a new cards account, and I'm going to be doing that, journey a little bit on stream for you guys, just to kind of keep me a little bit busy during the holidays, and just also to make some interesting content for those that are a little bit earlier on in their journey. So if you're going to be interested in that, make sure to follow me on Twitter at Brolekrumme here. You can see it under my name, and I'll be posting some stuff on Twitter there. Might be more active there. So this is going to be on my personal channel. It's going to be more of my personal touch, but I'm looking forward to it. So into the game here, game number 2 between J King 7 and Tiger is bringing the Chinese staple, the tokens. Man, already finding a reserves and popping it. Has a Unity and a frontal assault in hand as well, and J King, well, your ramp needs to happen, and it needs to happen fast. Does he take the turn here to just ramp, or does he do the less credit efficient thing and either use a gunship mission or a bloody sickle? I think the instinct here is you kind of want to ramp, because then you can do both next turn. Might even gunship mission and research. But we know what Tiger is holding. You know, we can see that. We can see that he is holding a frontal assault that's going to make those bad boys a 2-3, and he's going to take the front line. So they're going to be even more difficult to deal with, out of reach of that gunship mission. The ramp, though, does enable J King to play an on-curve, basically turn 3 P40 here. We say pre-curve P40, opting to go for the removal instead, and that is a difficult decision. It's a good one, but it's a difficult one. Befelswagen. Oh, and I now know how to pronounce it. Thank you, DCMS in YouTube chat. Token being pushed up into the front line and then passing the turn, not wanting to use the frontal assault on just a single unit. Nothing to really Unity's strength about either. So now using the frontal assault for some token generation. Getting his board pressure up again is Tiger. 2 units on board. And now J King's turn to respond. Actually, a great top deck here for J King, allowing him to take the sting out of that board, removing one of those units, keeping the mass production of units down here from Tiger. Tiger is going to be able to spawn 3 light infantry units and deploy them here if he wants to, but that P40 causing him a whole lot of hurt. And I wonder if we're going to see the carrier cover come out and push the P40 back into hand in order to make way for one of those light infantry units. And now Spiring plus the P40 coming out. The P40 absolutely devastating to Tiger's plans here. Really good read there from J King to keep that going. But a Unity of Strength is now enough to buff 2+2, meaning that P40 can be killed. And I wonder if that's what we're going to see here. Or if we might see just another unit get deployed and then a weaken do it. That would also be pretty big here. Oh, the mass attack. I didn't even see that lurking in the hand. The mass attack coming out, taking out the P40 and playing the last token. And all of a sudden, 4 tokens on board here for Tiger. And he is holding on to 2 Unity is Strength. That is potential. That could have been potential, or can still be potential 10 damage in the front line with those 2 Unity is Strength. He's also going to be able to get the We Can Do It out on so many targets. He can also, that We Can Do It is going to go out on 4 units if he opts to go for it. Could also do something like ping one of the guard units with a bloody sickle to see what he draws. Maybe he draws something like, that's not what he was hoping for, but something like a 1-drop or something You know, if he drew another reserves and could fill the support line, that would maybe merit waiting a turn. But looks like he wants to maybe drop the KV here. And I could imagine the thought process there is something like, you know, all right, I don't think he has solutions to all the guys I have on field. Let me drop something. Let me drop something while I have the chance. Have him deal with another threat so that he underestimates these 4 light infantry units that I have on the board. But now the frontal assault comes in. 2 3s. Not enough pressure at the moment to take out the Avenger. Well, I say that, but then the unity of strength completely changes that. And now the Avenger is absolutely exposed. Another unity. And what a massive, massive, massive turn here for Tiger. And Workers Unite, that's not what J King was looking for. But oh, and so this is the tough decision as well. All right, that counterstrike could actually come in huge here, especially if it hits that 6-4 unit. But the Katyusha coming out, and then the we can do it. The we can do it means that he's going to spend 5 credits, and there's not going to be enough credits left over to actually attack with the lowest damage unit there. Yes, the buffs are coming out, but J King, he has that counterstrike procced, ready, and waiting. So that 6-10 unit is... All right, it was the 6-7 unit. All right. Correct order there for Tiger. But now the Avenger can potentially hit 3 targets. 2 targets you do not want it to hit. Well, 1 target. Spiring, that could give him... He has 2 chances in hand of German research. Yep, there's one. B1 flying bomb, that's going to be able to take out the Katyusha. It's going to be able to take out either one of the light infantry units. So Royal Research, if he chooses to tap out round 1 on Royal Research, that would be +4 HP on his HQ. Oh, chooses to keep going. Expanded Royal Research. I wonder if he's just looking to try and blast all the way to Bletchley Park and try and put Tiger in a top deck situation, having used all his buff cards. But Tiger is searching. He's searching for something that will give him lethal. He's able to play 3 more units. That's going to deal 5 damage, 6, 7, 8, 9, possible 9 damage for him right now on the field. Not enough to end the game. I bet he is crunching the numbers in his head. That's the thing. Look, next turn. Oh, it's not enough. It's not enough for J King. That mass attack is so dangerous because it can go face and ramp. That's not what J King needs. And keep in mind, J King is currently 1-0 down in this series. So if he loses this match, that's going to be Tiger moving on. He can buy himself a turn. He can buy himself a turn with the US research there if he cops out after stage 1. But you know, he's not thinking about the mass attack. He still thinks he has an extra turn. But we know that when 3 units move up into the front line and 3 more replace them, or even 4, that there's lethal just from that mass attack on the board from Tiger. And that's going to be it. J King putting all his hopes and dreams into the research cards. But it's not going to be enough. Tiger has that mass attack in hand, and that mass attack is going to seal the deal. It's going to seal J King's fate. And J King loses the series 2-0 against Tiger from China, and Tokens continuing to march on across the battlefield and wreak all sorts of havoc. Man. What a crazy match that was. That was, yeah, man. It's absolutely crazy. Tiger giving us another upset. What I would say is the third upset of today. Trues took out Blue Blast. Hui Hui took out Darkness. Tiger took out J King 7. And now, coming up next, we're going to have Innocent Bubbles versus Charlin 1805. And take a look at the bracket here. And that's one I'm really looking forward to. But if we look at that, Trues here securing himself into the semifinals along with Hui Hui, along with Tiger. And the fourth person is going to be either Innocent Bubbles or Charlin 1805. Okay. I'm almost ready. Take a quick break while we wait for these players to get set up. Get this all set. Ooh. All right. While we are on break, everybody, I want you to think long and hard, deep into your brain. What is the favorite deck you've seen so far today? What is the deck you would most like to play? By all means, share those thoughts with us in chat. Really happy to hear your thoughts. But we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to have the matchup between Charlin 1805 and Innocent Bubbles. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. And next up, it is going to be Charlin 1805 versus Innocent Bubbles. I'm getting all their stuff set up now. Just got a new picture here sent from Bubbles. This picture almost breaks the Twitch terms of service, I'm pretty sure. Almost being the key operative word. We're not lawbreakers here. Oh, sir. But what it does, it definitely represents the team that he is on, Team Radiant Gaming, as he is wearing a cap. And I got sent as a gift. And don't take this as like a call or an advocation to send us gifts, but I am really thankful for this. So we got this sent to us from Team Radiant Gaming. They made these awesome looking hats with their logo, along with a kind of handwritten note. And it was really touching. It was really touching for us to receive this package, and especially for me. You know, all the effort and time and passion that's gone into kind of building the competitive scene and the esports scene over the past few months. Really, you know, coming to fruition, right? The fact that there's now a group of people that are enjoying something like this together around KARDS, it just makes me extremely, you know, privileged to have been a part of that. So huge thank you to Team Radiant Gaming for sending us that package. Really do appreciate it. Now I'm just getting the final player set up here so that they can start the challenge. Just need to get the last heat set up. Oh my god. I'm such a dingo, guys. Almost ready. Almost ready. I promise. I promise. Go. All right. Here. Here. Well, this is normally why there's a producer doing these things as well. But all right. We're basically ready, guys. We are basically ready. This is going to be Innocent Bubbles versus Charlin 1805. As you can see here, this is the final game in the top 8 in the quarterfinals. Then we're going to be doing the semifinals, then the grand finals, and we'll find out who the final Officer Club champion is in 2020. I'm going to give the players the green light. If I'm able to spell light. Here we go. And we should be good to go. Is Discord beeping? So Discord is not beeping for me. It must be beeping on one of the computers that we are receiving audio from. Okay. I will try and figure that out before the next round, where that audio is coming from. to apologize for that. All right, guys, it is time. We are ready to go on into game number 1 here between Innocent Bubbles and Charlin 1805. Both men looking sharp there in their pictures. Innocent Bubbles bringing his Moscow deck, Charlin bringing his German deck. And these guys, they are bringing overall Bubbles Soviet USA. That's the deck that he's bringing here. Germany, Japan, and Japan Soviet. And then we have Charlin, Japan, Germany, Germany, Japan, Soviet, Britain. So starting off with his Germany, Japan deck here. Cuban Cossacks being hit by Careless Talk. I guess the consolation prize there is that the engineers were out, so 2 HP was gained, but that's not going to mean a whole lot, especially not when the sudden strike just takes them out. Completely gets rid of them. Workers Unite, going to ramp up the credits a little bit. Probably looking to ramp into some research shenanigans later on. Not a ton of options in Charlin's hands here for turn 4. Has to kind of play that naked Nebelwerfer, not even getting use of the ping. That 1 damage from it. Spiring. Bubbles, already skyrocketing up to 7 credits and holding a Spiring there. Parade duplicates the 845th rifle, so he can just spam them out now. Actually pretty decent, allowing him to kind of march a little bit across the field and yeah, start threatening some damage. And because of the ramp, he's able to kind of both operate and deploy units within the same turn. Night Witches could actually be a game changer as well. Finding the Night Witches is going to give him a really easy way to deal with the Nebelwerfer. And he has credits left over to push the full health 845th. I question if he should have pushed the 2-1 up, but at the same time, there are things like, the Zero, and other orders that could potentially just to take that out. This puts a little bit of more meat, a little bit more beef into the front line without being the Befehlswagen. But it puts some beef in the front line. And now, yeah, Charlin just playing a little bit defensive. Oh, hitting the research there with his wolf pack. And Bubbles just drawing by the sword. When we revealed that card by the sword, everybody was like, oh man, that card, the art's really cool, but that card's kind of crap. And now we see it run all over the place. So all right, Zero being able to deal with one of those 845ths in the front line, but the HP just keeps stacking up here for Bubbles. He's perfectly fine to take these trades. These 845th, not intended as anything more than just cannon fodder, really. Bloody Sickle, killing the Flampanzer. 2 Spirings there. Reich Research, looks like he wants to expand that one. But now the danger of the wolf pack starts to lurk here. He is denying the draw potentially for another turn, making Bubbles spend a whole lot of credits on furthering the research before then turning around and getting one of them discarded. Also, just attacking face, making sure that life total of that HQ doesn't get prohibitive. Bubbles, however, doesn't look like he's going to get drawn into any type of just research turn. Or is he? He was hovering the Avenger. However, after he pulls the 845th, for some reason that changed his mind. I'm not sure why, but like now 2 out of the 5 cards in his hand have a ton of credit investment behind it. There's 9 credits in one of those cards, and the Wolfpack doesn't hit either one of them. And that is actually pretty huge here for Bubbles, because that means he can pull out the U-boat next turn and get rid of either one of these units, causing Charlin to have to discard 3 cards from his hand. And those cards could well be the Leopold and the 2 Empire strikes. Empire of the Suns. And there it is. The U-boat tap out, and it's the Empire. It's the other Empire. Oh my God. Both Empires of the Sun being discarded here from Charlin. Man, what an unlucky roll there for him. And I think you take the Hornisse here. I mean, there's not a ton left in the hand for Bubbles. All right, looks like he thinks he can get more damage out here with the autocannon. Autocannon? Is that correct? All the German native speakers out there. You know what I can't wait for after coronavirus is over is traveling again and possibly meeting, a bunch of you guys at events and stuff, and having you guys teach me how to properly pronounce your names and stuff in your language. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Cannot wait. There's no more discard here in the hand for Charlin. He can do a ton of damage though here. He can deploy the Arado, he can deploy the Leopold, but he knows what's coming. He knows that there's going to be 2 Manhattan projects heading his way, and that's going to wipe the board in 2 turns. So this is now a race. This is now a race here for Charlin. Doesn't deploy anything. I don't know if I agree with that. And now there's 2 Manhattan projects. What are you going to do? You can only deal 9 damage. Nothing has changed that. And in 2 turns, you die. I'm going to lower the volume slightly, the in-game volume slightly, just in anticipation. Well, there we go. That's the first one. Woo! I love that animation. I love it so much. And now there's basically nothing left for Charlin to do. Is there anything that he can find that's going to enable him to do anything here? I don't think so. Charlin getting researched out of this one, and Bubbles takes game number 1 here in the last quarterfinal match of today. Man, that was a crazy one. Discarding the research at the beginning, then the U-boat hitting both Empire of the Suns, meaning that Charlin couldn't refill his hand, holding off on deploying that Leopold and Arado. The turn that Bubbles got to the last stage of research is probably what cost Charlin the victory there. Now, obviously, better players than me can say proper about that, Other players than me can say more about that and might be more precise. But in my mind, if he deploys the Arado and the Leopold, he has enough damage on board to kill over 2 turns. Kill bubbles over 2 turns. Is that not correct? I think so. I think it is. Because that's going to deal 4 damage. What he did instead was he attacked the A45th with the autocannon. Yes, he would have lost his Leopold and all that stuff, but it would have been, I think he would have had time. I mean, I'm like on the record. I'm as much on the record by saying this as I can be. Literally broadcasting to over 100 people, and it's gonna live on the internet forever. But I think he had time. But guys, we have time here for game number 2 in this series between Innocent Bubbles and Charlin 1805. There we go. And this is Soviet versus Germany. And we're already seeing a from the deep there. That Ishak, man, what a great from the deep probe that could have been. Africa Corps delivering a Nashib into the hands here of Innocent Bubbles. Heroes of the Soviet Union. It's going to deliver an armored train here into the hands, or a KV-1, into the hands of Charlin 1805. Anyone that watched the World Championship should know why Charlin is not thinking about taking the first rifles. We got a really, really good lesson in why first rifles and night witches are not run into the same deck. Autocannon. Autocannon. Canon. I think so. Autocannon. Seaforth Highlanders chilling in the hands of Charlin there. Really, really powerful card. Super hard to deal with as it gains +3 attack on the enemy's turn. From the deep could be a problem here, but Charlin seems like he has a 6th sense going there, not deploying any units into that from the deep. And now, not enough credits left over. Going to be replaced with a Careless Talks, but none of the units that Charlin might deploy here have less than 3 HP. So the Seaforth Highlanders, they're going to take a little bit of a hit, but they won't die. They're still going to be a 1-5. So not a terrible situation here for Charlin. Burning one of the countermeasures and not really paying the price. But now the key 100 Goshikin, I believe it's called, comes out. Absolutely monster of a card. And that's going to start making things a little bit difficult for Charlin because it does not take damage during the turn of its owner. So it can value trade those Seaforth Highlanders without any issue and start really developing a significant card advantage for Bubbles. Opting to go for the Workers Unite. I wonder if he's going to play the Engineers here to try and capitalize on the trade that he knows is coming his way. Or if he does something like move the Ishak into the front line, the Chaika into the front line. And there we see that value trade that fighter can give. And now being guarded up, making it increasingly difficult to deal with. But that carpet bombing coming in at what I believe is the right time for Charlin. He could potentially want to greed out a little bit here and leave the board as it is for another turn. That Yak 9 draw might actually be enough to convince him to do that, but deciding to take the safer route, not giving a chance to Innocent Bubbles to deal tons of damage to his face there with that fighter. Wolfpack hits the Workers Unite. Not the end of the world, but his card draw being hit is definitely not what he wanted to see. And now there's going to be 2 credits left over. And I wonder if he is going to be playing around from the deep here. And if you are, what do you play here first? You play the honey first, sacrifice that. Yeah. Then probably playing the Yak 9. Definitely not a terrible decision. Then you can trade that. Oh, or just go face. Actually, a great decision to go face because that 4-1 is not really a threat in the backline there. It's not guarding anything valuable, it's just guarding that Flampanzer. Another Wolfpack. Man, that's really, really tough. That's hitting the draw of Charlin really, really hard. The Yak 3, though, could come in handy. Could help him out here. Opting to go for the trade now. Doing it with the KV1 out. I really like that. Dealing 2 damage to Bubbles as he drew the card. Another card draw, dealing an additional 2 damage. And now we're starting to see a little bit of a comeback here for Charlin. Still a very, very poor hand for him. That root out the enemy, doing a lot of work, but not taking out the KV1. So the KV1 is still going to be taking some damage onto Innocent Bubbles. And I think Charlin, if he wants to go for research here, just goes for 2 phases of research. Might even, tap out. And just grab the pressurized cabin here. I don't think that would be a terrible one either. But it looks like he wants to go for the game ender. He wants to get this nuke. He is now putting Bubbles on a timer. And Bubbles has already used his... Oh my god, he's going to be using the U-boat! Bubbles has already used his discard, but not his U-boat. And he's going to get the U-boat out next turn in 9 credits. And that's going to discard 3 cards. So Charlin, if he spends that turn creating the Manhattan Project, he better not play anything else because that way he might still have 1 in hand at the end of this turn. Another option for him would have to take penicillin, but you know that there's a targeted destruction effect coming your way next turn. And you know that your unit is not going to survive that no matter what. Do not play the Zukov. Do not play the Zukov. Just leave it as is. Maximize the chances of it hitting something else. Oh my god. I am so nervous. What is it gonna choose? What is it gonna discard? It discards 1. It discards 2! Both Manhattan Projects are discarded for Charlin. And he is now researching his way back up. The U-boat. Oh my God. Oh, and now there's a Tiger IE on the field. That cannot be targeted by orders. If you're Charlin here, man, I don't know what you do. Bloody Sickle, try and draw into something. Blackwatch, that's an excellent draw from him. He can play the Blackwatch. He can guard his KV1. Or he can do that. He can continue to expand his research. He can continue investing into research and development, and that's what he decides to do. Probably doesn't look like he wants to even play the Blackwatch. He knows that Bubbles is forced to contend with that fighter before moving on and doing anything, really. I wonder if Bubbles is going to pour on the pressure here even more and do something like play the Leopold. No, he plays the Hipper. What do you do now if you're Charlin? Is this one of the moments where like the urine project is enough to potentially win you the game? And he just hit both of the Empire of the Suns with that Blackwatch. So now the U-boat. Play the U-boat. I'm so excited. Is he playing the... Yeah, he's going to be playing the KV behind the guard. He's giving Bubbles access to his HQ to try and keep that KV alive long enough to deal the finishing blow. But look at Bubbles' hand. He has multiple ways to deal with it. The Empire of the Sun is one of them. Out of credits now, though. There's still a U-boat potential. There's still the potential of a urine project. Is there anything in Charlin's deck that could help him out? The urine project, it's going to pin everything, and it's going to give him 2 turns to find something in his deck to deal with that 3 damage. But Bubbles, he found a Takasagi. He found a Takasagi there, so he has guards now. Oh, that tactical strike, that could be big. Blocking the draw here from Charlin. Bomb-Panzer taking out the engineers. I wonder which one he's gonna go for. It looks like he wants to go for the U-boat. He's gonna target the Panther A, I would expect. And what is going to get discarded? It's the Leopold. It's the other Empire of the Sun and the Comet. And now Bubbles needs to start finding the damage to the HQ. Charlin is top decking for his life. I don't know what's going to help him here. I'm not sure. Bloody sickle. It's definitely not gonna help him. Carpet bombing takes so many threats off the board. Charlin is still in with a fighting chance. Only 7 damage per turn right now. And he can't use the critical hit. The Tiger IE can't be targeted with orders. And with the burst of fire there, he's close to lethal, doesn't have it yet, but threatening it now. Night Witches, it just comes too late. It's just too late for Charlin. They both hit insane discards, but it wasn't enough. The Tiger IE not being able to be targeted with orders has kept it alive throughout all of that. And innocent Bubbles takes game number 2 for a 2-0 series up against Charlin 1805. Absolutely monster games there. Congratulations to both players for making it this far, and congratulations to Bubbles for making it on into the quarterfinals. This is what the bracket looks like. It is going to be Trues taking on Hui Hui. That's going to be the match we have coming up next. Then we're going to be having Tiger taking on Innocent Bubbles. Well, man, all this talking, my throat is already pretty dry, but these games have been absolutely mental so far. I am supremely excited for the continuation of this tournament. And I gotta say, the addition of research to the competitive meta is awesome. I gotta say, it's awesome. But yeah, well, that was Innocent Bubbles taking on Charlin 1805. We thank Charlin 1805 so much for his participation and congratulate him on his top 10 performance on the ladder. And yeah, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be Trues versus Hui Hui. So don't go anywhere. All right, I do apologize for all those extra sounds. Turns out I didn't have the correct audio input for me, so that's why I wasn't hearing sound. But we are coming up with KARDS versus Hui Hui. This is going to be the first match here in the semifinals. These players have battled through the tournament so far. First off, they started by qualifying as one of the top 12 players on the ladder of the season, and they have now made it on into KARDS from the play-ins, beat out Blue Blast, and is now going to be facing off against Hui Hui. Hui Hui was already in the top 8, beat out Darkness, and then secured himself into the top 4. Both of these players taking out extremely, extremely strong competitors to get to this point. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see what they do. I think they might already have started the game. I really hope not, but it looks like that might be the case. Guess they really, really, really wanted to play. Huh. I'm swapping to the game as soon as I can. Yes. Go. 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 And there we go. Oh. All right. Yes, we are into the game. That is indeed Hui Hui and KARDS playing. Okay. Hello, J King. Welcome. Welcome.
Hello.
I'm sharing with you my screen. There we go. Jesus Christ, Discord. Can you, like, not have sounds for everything? Like, I've turned every notification off. I'm turning everything off again. All right. Can you see the stream?
Yep.
Okay. All right, there we go. Now there should be no more Discord notifications. I was wondering why everyone else could hear the Discord while I couldn't, but it turns out that I had the wrong audio configuration. But all right, let's get into it. Hui Hui here taking on KARDS. Soviets versus Germans. What are you seeing here, and what can you tell me about, like, just the meta, post breakthrough, the decks that we're seeing here? They seem, insane.
So there's been a lot of research decks. Just based on what I've seen on ladder, decks seem to be falling into one of 3 camps. There's the research heavy decks, especially using spy rings. There is the kind of like starve your opponent of resources decks with either France resistance or German discard, which is what we're seeing from Hui Hui. And then there's just the full aggro decks, which obviously includes Japan, which we've seen a lot of today. But on ladder, there's also a lot of American aggro with bolster. We've seen a couple of bolster decks, although those were more combo based.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that all these decks are, what's absolute best in the game right now, or do you think a lot of this is still kind of fumbling around in the darkness and figuring out the lay of the land post breakthrough, and that we're gonna see things get a little bit more stable over the coming couple of months?
I think we are still very, very much in the kind of grace period after the new expansion hits, where you can really play anything you want because everyone you're playing against is playing anything they want, and there's too many different decks to try out to know what's best and what's best against other decks because you don't know what you're going to be facing. So I think given another month, 2 months, we're going to see a lot more refined deck lists.
Yeah. Well, There was some. That was an insane game. The token game that you lost. That mass attack.
Yeah.
You did not know that was coming.
Yep. Basically set up for being able to do the tier 9 research to add Bletchley Park in my hand and play depth charges to gain
Yeah.
invulnerability or smokescreen. So I was basically I knew I was dead to an alliance, but I knew he only had 2 cards in hand that weren't tokens. So
Yeah.
mass attack I didn't expect.
It's from left field, man. That mass attack.
Yeah, I have not seen a single tokens deck on ladder, so I was expecting his Soviet US to be the same Soviet US research deck we've seen from Innocent Bubbles in blue.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. That also shows you, you know, how the tournament meta can be different from the ladder meta. But you know, as we look at the game that is unfolding here before our eyes, it looks like so far, at least, Comtruz is able to deal pretty well with Hui Hui's onslaught of both kind of discard, resource manipulation, and units. Another Panther G coming out here could be an issue. Not sure.
Yeah, we're really seeing how some of these discard decks can actually struggle to deal with units once they get on the board. Because these Seaforth guards are incredibly good at blocking aggro, but as we see here, it can only deal 1 damage on your turn, so it can't even deal damage to the KV. KV is also outside of annihilation range, and it's going to take multiple hits from, like, say, a carpet bombing or root out and something else.
Yeah.
So Comtruz is really able to just put pressure on the discard deck.
Yeah, and actually, you know, pretty crazy if you think about it. The fact that those Seaforth Highlanders so good, you know, in the front line. Right now they look so scary, but as soon as you turn it around, all of a sudden they're like, you don't want to attack with them into the the naval brigade. You don't want to attack with it into the KV1. They kind of become useless on your turn, right? As powerful as they are on the enemy turn.
Yeah, Seaforth really just buys you time, but Hui doesn't really. He can't do anything with the time bot, and the KV and Eshak are putting on pressure.
He does have a way to kill that naval brigade, but yeah, it requires him to use that albacore. I think, yeah, I would just, yeah, root out the enemies, chopping grass and roots, man. Hui hui. Do it. It's actually pretty good for him. Get a whirlwind into the front line as well, keeps that pressure on. Because what I'm thinking, like, the big kind of positive that he made in that previous round was that he was able to, you know, not spend his entire kind of turn battling his way out of the support line, just hit once on face and focused on kind of drawing a little bit, researching. But I thought Hui Hui had him in all sorts of trouble locking him into the support line. Doesn't seem like it.
I'm curious why he's going for the 6th Airborne, because he's removing a unit that easily could have been killed with the sickles in hand, and he's not playing down the Black Watch to protect the KV. So he's basically letting his KV die here. But that will cost Hui basically his entire turn to do that.
Yeah, it's such an expensive tank to operate, that Panther G. And playing the Flampanzer there to deny that additional 2 HP onto the HQ. Really making sure that he kind of takes away any possible advantage the Comtruz could have. This is going to hurt. Ouch.
That's a big Black Watch.
Yeah, it hits 4 orders.
It's interesting that Comtruz decided to go with the Black Watch and Polycarpov instead of developing more into his research, but he probably knows he's playing against a discard deck and doesn't want to invest too heavily in a card that could just be taken out of his hand.
Yeah, and that's something that we've seen a couple of times so far today, is that delicate balance of researching and putting your resources there versus it potentially getting discarded and you having 9 or 18 credits thrown into the garbage, which is a very, very painful situation. Oh, does that draw it as the base research?
I don't think so. I'm fairly certain it draws it as the 6K version.
Looks like he wants to play the Albacore here as well. Yeah. And he keeps on going. He knows the Manhattan projects are around the corner. And with almost no healing to speak of in the deck for Hui Hui, he is not likely to find himself at more than 20 HP in the next few turns to be able to deal with those Manhattan projects.
Yeah, and I think it's smart for Comtrues to not play the Workers Unite. Because he's playing Soviet Britain, Workers Unite is the only ramp card in his deck, which will let him get up to 14 credits if he saves them. And with Hui Hui playing the German Britain discard deck, he likely has Black Watches in his deck. And I think that's really Hui Hui's only chance right now, is going to be drawing a Black Watch to put those Manhattan projects up to 14.
But then Comtrues, he is able to potentially get to 14 credits though.
Yeah, it would be buying Hui Hui time, but it's not looking like he... Yeah, I think this is just game over.
Yeah, I mean, he can't play both of his discards. Can't
because
heal.
of the Black Watch.
That's gonna be it. That's gonna be Comtrues dropping the Manhattan project to end the game. Game number 1.
I love this animation so much.
Oh, it's so good.
I will never get tired of it.
Game number 1 going to Comtrues here. I need to get you set up with a camera and stuff.
I will get an OBS Ninja going.
Yeah. And we're gonna get J King into here so you guys can see his face while he talks to you. Through the power of modern technology. Could you imagine if we were doing just like the stuff that we're doing now in the Second World War? How amazed people would have been. It's like, oh yeah, I'm just video chatting with this guy in Canada while we watch some other people play video games online. It's like, what?
Yeah, we've come a long way from radio being the newest technology.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. And it wasn't that long ago. There are people that still living that, were remember that. It's crazy. I think it's super, super weird. I'm gonna give the players the green light to go game 2. Well, they already have. So we're gonna go into the game. These guys are not wasting any time. That's for damn sure.
Oh wow, we're seeing a Brit Air mirror match.
Oh.
I believe Comtrues has the more traditional Japan list, if I remember correctly. Or Japan is the ally.
Yeah, let me confirm that for you.
Yeah, he has Britain, Japan. Whereas Hui Hui has the Britain US deck with Bolster. which is a bit slower, and we've seen Comtruise is able to get down a lot of pressure.
But man, those bolsters can really turn the tide of battle. I mean, just having something on the board that has 0 operation cost and possibly something like 5 attack or something is just such a huge advantage. I've like since breakthrough, I've lost in such spectacular ways. I lost a game the other day where I played 2 Manhattan projects and a urine project, and I still lost.
Yeah, there's so many combo decks on ladder now. It's kind of mind-blowing the way you lose sometimes.
But man, look at this, Comtruise. He's not poor. He's not letting off the gas. That Monty might just be enough to save Hui Hui here, buy him another day. But man, Comtruise, he really wants to just get this over with.
That Gladiator draw is going to let his second Empire strikes theoretically clear the board, but another close air support.
I wonder if he's going to play it now.
Comtruise.
And he gets an air superiority as well, so he might clear one of those bombers. Wow, that's so scary. And if he takes out one of the bombers as well, the Empire Strikes is not going to do enough. Not anywhere near enough.
And this is looking like a very fast 2-0.
I think this is just game. I mean, what does Hui Hui have here? The close air support is not going to be enough. He can basically only play that attack. Wait, he can survive one more round, right?
I don't think so, because the Hurricane has Fury.
Yeah, but he can kill the Hurricane.
Oh, with close air support attack.
Yes.
That is true. And now Comtruise's hand is actually looking much weaker.
Oh, there's another one! And he can give it Blitz!
He can't give it Blitz. And with the Mosquito coming out for Hui Hui, it's going to block the Bomber's ability to attack. Hui Hui might just scrape out a win here.
The shelling! That's going to allow Comtruise to keep that... to trade that Mosquito, I guess. You know, he's just really waiting for something to finish the game. Mobilization. I mean, I want to see how we can do it. Oh! Is he bolstering the Pioneers?
Attack with it. Or you won't be able to move it up, I mean, because it's still pinned from the shelling. So this is giving Comtruise a chance to get a unit on board, but no units can be found.
Oh my god. I thought this was going to be one of the quickest games that we would see this OCC, but man, how the tides have turned. And now there's a Hurricane.
C4 blocking any chance for a fighter blitz.
Oh.
And this is setting up 2-turn lethal.
So he can play the Swordfish, he can air superiority the Hurricane, and get that out of there. So...
But as long as... This Rule Britannia for Hui Hui.
Yeah, that's going to make it... That's going to make it a 12-12 Pioneers. Please, just give us the Rule Britannia. Just give it...
He's actually in a somewhat awkward situation because he's going to want to kill the bomber and he's going to want to not move his guard up. But that is a great draw off of Convoy.
Yeah. He got both of those cards off of Convoy, and just look at the Rule Britannia that he has set up next time, and just being able to pin the ground unit is not going to be enough. Comtruise thinks he might be safe here, but no. It's only one additional damage that needs to be found. I mean, so far, actually, Hui Hui doesn't have it.
He does live another turn.
Yeah. Well, unless Hui Hui finds another way to deal.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards in his deck.
None of which he drew, so... I don't know, like... unfortunately, Comtrues is not playing, like, Japan, so he can't draw, like, a to the last man here and upend this game. But...
I think Comtrues would need to draw Monty into a fighter, and then the next turn draw a card that removes the guard, but that seems unlikely, and he's not going to find it.
Yeah.
Which means Hui Hui brings it back.
Man, Hui taking us to game number 3 here in the first semifinal matchup here. Absolutely mental. I really want to see. No, he doesn't even give us the pleasure of using the Rule Britannia. Just wanted to see that big pioneers in the front line absolutely shattering that HQ. But man, what an insane game.
Yeah, that was nuts. I thought for sure Comtrues was going to win that. Just with how much early pressure he had, he brought him down to 3, but just a couple really great draws from Hui Hui and perfect play.
Yeah. Huh. All right, well, we are into game number 3 here, and this one is for all the marbles.
Comtrues is going to be playing his Japan-Soviet deck. Hopefully he can find those 34ths into the Alpines. Just based on the hand right now, I think he's going to struggle against the German-Britain discard deck.
Yeah, he probably needs to find his feigned retreat fairly early here if he wants to have a chance to really get things going, but...
Well, here's a 34th, and his board's going to be completely removed by...
Oh, he doesn't want to... Yeah, he's not looking... He's not looking to mill these units either, so...
And now he's kind of put into an awkward situation where he can only play one of the cards in his hand. Chooses to go with the Mito. It's going to get removed by the flying bomb. And now he's in the exact same situation as last turn, where he can only play one of the 4 cards in his hand.
Yeah, and I mean, it feels really tempting here to play that Key 83. Of course, we know that there's just the Sky Barons waiting for him on the other side. So that really scary looking fighter not going to live for long here.
But it will take out the Sky Barons from Hui Hui's hand, which might give Comtrues the opportunity to just play Shiden. I think if you're Comtrues in this situation, you just play the Shiden and pray. Because you've seen the Sky Barons come out. But instead he's going to choose to play 2 more Mitos.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the Shiden, he wasn't able to attack with it that turn, so I guess it was in some danger. But now potentially getting discarded. No, not getting discarded, and he does get it out and attacks with it within that turn. So that's pretty decent. And looking at the hand here, there's not really an answer from Hui Hui. Oh, he top decks
back a second Sky Barons.
Oh!
Oh no.
It was like the stream knew. It like baited us. It like lagged for a second, and then all of a sudden just like Sky Barons. Wow.
Comtrues is choosing to trade here, which I find very interesting. I think his only out is going face and drawing burn, but he does have his opponent down to 6, but with Scheiden gone, Key 83 gone, there's not a lot of cards left in his deck.
No. And I wonder if he's saving that Akita to try and look for that signal regiment to boost the damage he gets from playing it and attacking with it. But no.
That's really risky, too, because... And Fog of War in his own Panther is going to prevent Comtrues from being able to draw for the next 3 turns.
That combo, J King! Wow!
I have never seen that before, and that's insane. That is Galaxy Brain from Hui Hui.
Wow!
I need to try that right now.
That's 3 turns of no drawing. That's game. That's Comtrues. He's left with an empty hand.
That's just game over. Yeah, you're right.
Hui Hui!
What?
Oh my god, what a play! I saw that Fog of War in his hand, and I was like, what is he doing with the Fog of War? But my god! Hui Hui! He could block it for another turn if he wanted. Wow!
That...
Wow!
That was just insane. Hui Hui taking it 2-1 over Comtrues in the last 2 games were so close. Down to 3 health and down to 4 health, but Hui Hui not cracking under the pressure at all.
Man. That was that was insane. That was actually insane. I did not expect that. I saw that Fog of War in his hand, and I was like, he's got a Fog of War in his hand. What is he gonna use that for? Turns out he's gonna absolutely dominate the game with it. Secure himself a spot in the finals. Comtrues is going to be back, and he's going to be facing off against the loser from Innocent Bubbles and Tiger for the 3rd place later on in the stream. But that's going to be our next series, Innocent Bubbles versus Tiger. And Tiger, he's the guy that beat you, J King. So you can tell us a little bit about what does it feel like playing against Tiger? How do you feel about Bubbles' chances? Bubbles' chances here.
I think Bubbles is I think it's about even. They both have a very similar Japan-Soviet aggro list. Tiger has his tokens deck, which can be strong, and I think it's going to be very strong against the Bubbles Soviet US list. But I think Bubbles is just not going to bring that. I think Bubbles can just bring his German list and his Japan list, and I think Bubbles is probably going to take it 2-1.
Yep. Seem fairly confident in that.
But tokens, you can never count tokens out in any matchup.
No.
Just because of its crazy ability, so Tiger is in a very good position to move forward in the tournament. I don't think he's out by any means.
All right. Well, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be Tiger versus Innocent Bubbles. I've been trying to figure out like the Holt audio music thing, but I haven't figured it out yet. So you're gonna have to sit in silence with your thoughts. I know it's a scary thing. It's a scary thing for me, but I'll ask for your forgiveness. This once. Enjoy the 3-minute contemplation. Actually, everybody at home, do a 3-minute meditation. Use this time to just relax. Just get away from all the holiday stress. Get away from being anxious about the gifts you've not bought yet or whatever else there is. Let's not think about the pandemic. Let's take 3 minutes and just relax. See you right after this. And we are back here. I am now joined by Jay King. Welcome. Thank you for hopping on the cast here with me.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, so we are getting the players set up. I think we're actually just good to go. Yeah, looks like we're actually good to go. Nice. All right. Giving the good to go now to the players. We are seeing. All right, players have the green light, so they're going to be starting their matches shortly. But I'm super excited about this one. I thought that there were some fun plays that Bubbles pulled out here earlier. I think obviously Tiger has shown that he is a fierce competitor, knocking you out. But I'm like, I think it could go either way. Let's take a look at what these guys are bringing real quick. I just noticed that what I pinned in the Discord wasn't the
Yeah,
actual
it was not.
picture. I pinned the message. Here's the overview of nations. All right, so looking at this, Bubbles is bringing Soviet USA, Germany, Japan, and then Japan, Soviet. So a lot of Soviets. And then Tiger is Japan, Soviet, Soviet, USA, and Germany, Britain. So again, a lot of Soviets. We're going to be seeing a lot of Soviets here.
Yeah. Very similar Japan-Soviet lists, very different Soviet-US lists.
Yeah. Well, and there we go. Slightly hazy picture there from China, but as the units come out on the field, they are looking great. All right, Bubbles
starting with his ramp research deck and having an incredibly good hand to deal with Tiger's Japan aggro.
Also, Bubbles just turned off all sound, so that's why there's no sound. That's fine. You know, we'll allow it. Players
After
need to be focused.
First 34th Infantry, and it got rid of his second 34th Infantry. He finds another 34th Infantry. So he's now played all 4 34th Infantries by, well, we've seen all 4 by turn 2. The high roll on the Katyusha.
Yep.
Deals with one of them.
I wonder if we're going to see his own Katyusha coming out of Tiger here, trying for the high roll right back. No, Kagoshima coming out instead. Not finding the high roll this time around.
But the benefit of running, or like I guess the drawback of running the Soviet list is you don't have encirclements, so this Kagoshima is a lot less threatening.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. And then I think also for me, the big thing here, the fact that he didn't get the high roll there on the Kagoshima, I was actually surprised to see Bubbles go for the hammer there that quick. Because if he got the high roll off of one of the Katyushas on the Kagoshima, that would have been its death anyway. But
I think he really wanted to get that Katyusha off in the the support line, but he is not going to be able to deal with this Ki 83. That is a card which a lot of decks struggle to kill. You can kill all of the tiny units that come out before it, and there's a few things you can use to deal with Shiden, but Ki 83, the high roll is going to help, but
yeah. And that's pretty huge, right? That also severely limits how much Bubbles can use, you know, ramp cards like the War Bonds, because how much it beefs up your draw. You're gonna be really quick to have way too many cards for your hand.
Yeah, finding these 2 War Machines is pretty good there, because you might be able to just finish off the Ki 83. Well, not now that one of the Katyusha's gone. Armored Train can protect him.
It definitely keeps him alive for a little bit longer.
Is that a second Sendai in Tiger's hand?
Yes.
That is going to be brutal.
And the hammer. So he can what? He can hammer Sendai, and he doesn't have enough to attack, right? So he's 1 credit shy from being able to do that. He's got Lightning Conquest there as well in hand.
Yeah, there's no way to attack face with the Ki 83 and also prevent his Ki 83 from dying.
No.
So he's going to have to make a choice here. Does he want to get the 6 damage in? Or does he want to just start to deal with the units on the board and hope that Bubbles can't find a way of killing it? But with the Ki 83 drawing, it's now drawn Bubbles 4 additional cards.
Yeah. Ooh. And that's actually a really, really good way to do that turn there from... Oh, he missed out on a bunch of damage, though. Missed out on 1 damage. I guess not a bunch. And by the sword, not really what Bubbles needs here. He does not need more draw. Really hoping for that high roll. Not finding it.
And knowing that he has Lightning Conquest in hand, but that's not going to be enough with the hammer. That's...
Wait. It is going to be...
Oh, with Bloody Sickle draw. That's enough with Bloody Sickle draw.
Yeah. Oh. It's more than enough. The Lightning Conquest, we're going to see very likely a final kill here by the Sendai. Or is it? No, because of the Engineers. He can do 10.
Oh, Engineers heals him.
He'd do 11 damage. The Engineers took him out of lethal range.
I'm curious why he played Sickle on the 1-2 Katyusha. I guess he wanted to prevent healing.
Yeah, I mean, if he had played the Type 93 before he attacked with the Key 100 on the turn before, he would have had lethal this turn.
That's true. That might have actually just cost him the game, because Bubbles now has the Naval Brigade, which is going to be able to kill Key 83.
Not only kill it, but also put a blocker for any future aggression.
Yeah, and moving up the Sendai means you can get the Armored Train back on the board.
Yep.
Although, slight misplay from Innocent Bubbles, having the Katyusha and the 845th on the right side of the board means that when Armored Train comes back, it's not going to be protecting the HQ.
Actually just decides to sacrifice it there. Puts it in a position so it ends up protecting it. Well, it doesn't matter. It's being protected by the Naval Brigade at the moment.
Yeah, this Engineer battalion is single-handedly winning Bubbles this game. I don't even remember at what point he drew it or played it on the board.
He played it on like turn 2 or something.
Yeah, I barely noticed it was on the board because he wasn't... Bubbles didn't play a ton of units. He just really was farming with the Katyushas. But now, it's giving him that little bit of extra healing he needs.
I can't believe it. If Tiger ends up losing this game because he forgot to play a Type 93 before attacking the HQ, losing a single point of damage, I think that just shows how slim the margins can be in these games. And Bubbles, he has 4 ramp cards in hand. Like, he's not in a rush at all.
Yeah, and he's probably feeling pretty safe with the hand he has right now. But we see the Hammer and Lightning Conquest in the hand for Tiger, which means he's going to actually be able to, I think, has the potential for a lot more burst than Bubbles is probably expecting.
It's true. That's true. Oh, wait. He's got another one of those Alpine 35th motor rifles there. So he might actually be able to play a few different units here and really pour on the damage next turn with the Lightning Conquest.
Yeah, I think that's all 3 Alpines. If I've seen his hand correctly.
Yeah.
Which means he can get a 6-6 and 7-7 with Lightning Conquest in hand.
And then he can just save the hammer. That's going to force Bubbles to basically play a B-17, not leaving him a ton of credits to do anything else. And if that B-17 hits an unfavorable card, the J Division coming out as well. A ton of really big threats here late in the game from Tiger. This is an interesting deck.
I don't think if Bubbles goes for research, he can't play the B17.
Oh, he can.
Which
No, he can't.
Yeah, that's the. I think Bubbles actually might have messed up by playing the Polycarpov instead of just summoning the token. Is summoning the tokens, the token will be dying each turn, which is healing you, and it's also letting you move things out of your support line for free, essentially, by either killing them or moving them up. But this Polycarpov is actually kind of blocking him.
Yeah. Ooh, finding the Night Witch is not proccing it though. That would cause him to overdraw. No. Rising Sun. He chooses to move the Jade Division up. But let's look at it. How much burst damage does he have here? Ooh, bombing raid.
Ooh, and the raiding brigade is going to let him finally kill the engineers.
Yeah. And that keeps beefing up the Jade Division as well. Let's not forget that. And now a potentially huge turn for him here. Even with the Jade Division taken care of. Oh man, the Avenger's so good.
And that hammer draws, I think, just the best card in Bubble's deck. And I do not think he should play this Polycarpov.
Nope.
Because if he chooses to play it, which means that if Tiger just floods the front line, Bubbles can't trade in any of his units to get down a B17 or an additional guard.
That's actually true. He cannot trade himself out of the support line. Huh. Hadn't even thought about that. I wish we could see clearer what's in the hand there for Tiger. We do know he has a Lightning Conquest, a Hammer. He has a Bombing Raid. He has maybe a Kagoshima. Is that correct? Yes! Look at me go. Pixelated cards art competition.
He has the Mikawa Regiment, which will come down as a 5/5, but at the cost of increasing all of the cards in his hand.
He uses the Lightning Conquest there just so that he's able to get rid of that Avenger. But that B17 might like to have a word.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that play from Tiger. I mean, he was in a poor situation. And Bubbles choosing to play that B17 not inside the guard, meaning that Tiger could just kill it with the 6/6 in the front line. So he finds a second hammer, so he could do hammer bombing raid and go face.
He can clear. He bombing raids the train. Or bombing raids the middle Polycarpanova, like attacks the front line plus hammers the train.
Yeah, he can clear the board. But Bubbles with the tractor factories in hand, it would not be a great trade, trading 2 5/5s into a 6/6, but he can definitely clear the board. But instead, Tiger goes face. And knowing the only card in hand is hammer, I think he's in a very rough situation. He still has Shiden in his deck, most likely.
It's probably what he's thinking about. Just get me into Shiden range.
Smart play by Bubbles to take the front line to prevent Rising Suns.
Oh, Desperate Measures.
Desperate Measures does bring Bubbles into Shiden range. And at the moment...
Oh, but he surrenders!
Does he not have Shiden in his deck? I don't think it was milled by 34th, not that I remember.
I don't think so either.
And he was down to like only 2 or 3 cards left in his deck, so...
Yeah. I'm wait. I'm gonna open the deck list uh, just to make sure. Did I get it?
It is entirely possible he just doesn't run Shiden because of all of the larger units he has.
Yeah. Let me see.
And with hammers and lightning conquests.
He's playing Japan. Yeah, you're correct. He does not have the Shiden in there.
So that surrender actually was
Yeah.
the correct play. There was nothing in his deck that could bring him back into that game.
No. Man, that was such a tense game.
Yeah, that was a very, very back and forth in terms of like who had the advantage, just seeing what was in each of their hands, knowing the amount of burst Tiger could do.
Yeah. Bubbles taking game number 1 here. And yeah, it was like, that's what I kind of love about these tournaments, when we get to see both players' hands. I feel like there's always, when we're talking about it, there are like 40 different ways the games could have gone, right? Based on what was in the hands. And when we see both hands and we see kind of both possible avenues, yeah, the game maybe went that direction, but you're always thinking like, oh, if he had done that 3 turns ago, that would have been crazy, like, because this guy drew that. And that's what I love is you see so many more permutations of what can happen in the game, and you understand how important the pilot of the deck, the person that is playing and the course that he is choosing, you see how much that matters.
Yeah, and as a competitor, it's really nice to be able to go back and look at what was in your opponent's hand, because when you're playing just a game on ladder, you don't know what your opponent has, so maybe you play around a specific card for 3-4 turns in a row, and then you win the game. Maybe they had the card, and you won the game because of that. Maybe they didn't have the card at all, and you like put yourself in an awkward situation by trying to play around it. So
absolutely. Well, it is time for game number 2 here between Tiger and Innocent Bubbles. The winner of this game can secure themselves a spot in the finals against Hui Hui. Are we going to have an all-Chinese finals here in the OCC like we did in the World Championship? Or is Innocent Bubbles going to defend the honor of the West and make it to the finals against Hui Hui? Well, only time will tell.
This is going to be a very, very sad mirror matchup if it comes down to whoever gets the 5-5. But at the moment, neither of them are getting them. But we can another
34th
pickup.
There's only 34th Regiment on the field right now. Oh, bombing raid getting milled there. Ah, the 35th Mountain Rifles. You don't want to draw those. You want to mill them.
And if I recall correctly, I think Bubbles' deck is significantly more like a traditional Japan aggro. Whereas Tiger has a lot more of these orders with hammers, lightning conquest.
Yeah. I believe that is correct. Well, finding another Rising Sun, really good. Keeping the card draw going. Type 93.
That's exactly what he was looking for.
Yeah. Huge. Might even force, some weird removal usage out of Tiger.
Yeah, he could play a hammer, but he probably wants to be saving those hammers for a Sendai.
Yeah. But look, sometimes it's just too enticing,
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure about this play because there's a lot of cards, like Cavalry Regiment, that Bubbles could have that would just instantly kill the Shinoda.
And look.
Or Caddy.
Yeah, Katyusha. Man.
Bubbles got a lot of low rolls in the last game, but he gets the high rolls where it counts.
All right, remember the kind of contents of his hand. I'm gonna try seeing if we can get it better. Yep, there we go. Crisp and clean. I finally had some time to make some production improvements here in the OCC after the World Championship.
Yeah, it's looking very nice.
Live and you learn. Raiding Brigade coming out.
That's big. It's gonna let him kill the Katyusha and clear the front line.
Yeah. But he's already taken some damage. You know, already 11 damage done. We know that there's quite a bit of burn in Bubbles' deck, this being kind of more of that traditional Japanese aggro match. Then, I'm sorry.
Using it to kill the Type 93. That's a very interesting play. He had 3 lines of play there with the Raiding Brigade. He could have used it to kill... Oh, no.
That top deck.
That's a massive draw.
What do you think about attacking with the Katyusha there instead of playing the Mito Regiment and getting it on board? Do you feel like the Blitz is so important for the Mito Regiment that should just stay in hand until you can use it?
If he was able to get the Mito to the front line, I would have said it's the better play to block the front line. But in this mirror matchup, you know your opponent's not having any healing. So you really just want to get in as much damage as you can.
Yeah, and man, is that damage pouring in. And no real way for Tiger to deal with that Katyusha. He has to bank on that Rising Sun.
Measures.
Yeah.
We've already seen him discard his bombing raid, and that's just game over, because he has no way of killing the Katyusha, and Bubbles can just trade in his Mito.
Stopping healing is not going to help you there. He doesn't have a way to deal with anything that's on board, and I think you're correct. I think this is just going to be it. I think this is going to be game. I think that it's going to be Bubbles securing himself a spot in the finals against Hui Hui. East versus West.
I was talking to Bubbles yesterday, and he said he didn't consider himself a pro player because he's never earned money in a tournament before, and he's already guaranteed himself a money position
if he wins
in this tournament. So, Bubbles, I think you can start calling yourself a pro player with this swift 2-0 victory over Tiger.
Yep, killing that Mito Regiment and attacking with the Katyusha is going to seal the fate for Tiger. Innocent Bubbles earns himself a spot in the grand finals, facing off against Hui Hui. Congratulations to him, and congratulations to Tiger for his results so far. It's been absolutely fantastic following his results so far. Coming up next is the third place match. So Comtrues takes over machine number 1, and Tiger stays on. Well, what did you think about that matchup?
That was... It was a mirror matchup between the Japan-Soviet deck, which I think it's easy to say is a kind of like a simple deck or a deck that plays itself, but we didn't see any 5/5s being drawn from the 34ths, so a lot of thought and strategy actually did go into that game, and there was a lot of key decisions with Tiger's choice of removing the Type 93 with the Raiding Brigade instead of either killing the Katyusha, which Bubbles ended up using to push damage for lethal, or taking the front line and moving up the 5/5. Or Bubbles' decision to just keep attacking with the Katyusha instead of playing the Mito Regiment. So I think there was a lot of very, very seemingly small decisions which influenced the end result of that game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that. Just getting our break screen here all sorted, so we can take a little break while we wait for these players to get set up for the third place match. I think for me, What's really interesting there is that I feel like both of those Japanese decks could have won, but I feel like they were still so different, right?
Yeah.
So their ways to victory were kind of different, and obviously Tiger just didn't find his ways to win that time around, but he has a chance to redeem himself and potentially snatch third place along with $200 if he's able to win that next best out of 3 series between Com-Trues. When we come back, we're going to see Com-Trues versus Tiger for the third place match here in this final OCC of 2020. I'm excited for that one. See you in about 3 minutes. And we are back just in time for our third place matchup here between Tiger and Com-Trues. Yes. They are adding each other as a friend right now. See? Yep. All right. They're good to go. Hey. Man, I'm loving this is going really smooth. I gotta give a special shout out and special shout out to the players participating in the OCC. They're doing a really good job at breaking down international barriers and language barriers and just keeping the show moving. So,
well, that wouldn't be possible without your direction.
I don't know about that. I think it's just it's a great collective effort. We've had a lot of fun. We've had some champions. I think that's just a really, really cool thing. So I cannot wait for 2021. It's gonna be so good. Oh, we've been doing some like pre-planning and stuff, talking about what we want to do in the coming year, and man, I mean, I know, we won't get to do half of it because everything takes time, and we're way too ambitious for our own good. But man, some exciting stuff. All right, we're into the game here. The third place matchup. That's not the correct picture. That's not Bubbles. Oh, that is Comtrue's. There we go.
And looks like game one is another Japan-Soviet mirror matchup. I think this is the 4th or 5th of the tournament.
There we go. Yeah.
Now, Comtrue's has interesting situation where he has a lot of one drops, choosing to keep back the 34th.
Yeah, he just wants it to keep milling until it finds the 35th.
I'm not entirely sure about that decision, because he already has one in hand, meaning the odds of getting one out of his deck is roughly a 1 in 16.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're going to be keeping your 34th infantry on the board anywhere near long enough for you to realistically expect to get one.
No, I mean, I would definitely move it up now, right? Because
you know your opponent has Katyushas in their deck too.
Yeah, and you want to have that threat in the front line, right? And now he would at least be forcing Tiger to spend the card on dealing with it instead of just leaving it in the background, bleeding cards in the chance that you get a 35th Mountain Rifles on the ground.
Draws the second 34th. So he's probably going to... I want to say he's probably going to move up the one he has on the board already, but he seems very content on keeping these just in the back line.
I don't know if I have the stomach to even play this deck. Like, every card I would see, like, just playing the 34th is hard enough for me. But, like, playing a deck that revolves around the 34th, milling your own deck, is like, oh, it's like PTSD inducing for me. It's like,
I think this deck is going to be one of the decks we see either change or fall away in popularity as we get further into the expansion. Because I think what this tournament has shown us so far is it's very unlikely to actually get these 5/5s. It's only happened in one game so far, and it was because he had 3 on the board. Or it might have even been 4 on the board.
He had 4. And he would have gotten 3 out of a single turn of milling, but the support line was full. And that was Comtrue's, right? So maybe maybe that's also another thing. Maybe this recency effect in your brain, you're like, oh man, I got 2 of them earlier. I really want to try and get them now, right? But like, maybe it doesn't always work.
Yeah, this Key 83 though will be able to single-handedly win him the mirror matchup unless Tiger can find a Sendai. That's the only card in his deck that can deal with Key 83. And if he can't find it, then Comtrue's is just going to be hitting face.
Oh, and he goes for the draw as well, so he's jamming his hand even more.
I think he knows that he needs a Sendai.
Yeah.
So he picks up 2 Bloody Sickles, and he has the Lightning Conquest in hand, which will let him do a massive tempo play if Comtrue's chooses to just go face.
Yeah, and he found... Oh, he's the Desperate Measures. as well. So he only really needs, if he finds one more Bloody Sickle, he would be able to deal with that Key 83. I wonder if Comtrues is going to continue keeping that 34th. No. He's going to push it up this time around. Oh!
And he finally gets one.
Finally! He found one. But then
this Lightning Conquest is just going to win Tiger the game because he can move up, kill the Key 83, and keep his 5-5 on board.
Wait, how?
With Lightning Conquest.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't take damage, of course.
And that's going to most likely, if he chooses to go for that, which I think he should, that's going to absorb the Key 83 and probably the other Alpine unit that Comtrues has.
Yeah.
He spent all this time looking for this unit, and it's just going to die for free.
Lightning Conquest, that's an elite card that people were laughing about not too far back, and now it's coming in clutch in a tournament setting. So that's one of the things that I really like about cards. It's just, Lightning Conquest was by many thought of as a garbage card. Now it has, nothing's changed about that card, but everything's changed.
Yeah, that's a card that I tried out very briefly when I was first building a Japan aggro deck, and I decided to cut it out after a bit of playing with it. And Tiger is really just showing the strength of that card put into the right deck. I don't know if he wants to be playing these Bloody Sickles because his health total is getting really low. He's now down to 5, and with desperate measures, he goes down to 3. So Bombing Raid or Meter Regiment is lethal for Comtrues.
Comtrues has already milled his own Bombing Raid. So Comtrues has already milled his Bombing Raid.
So he has. There's the Mito. That's lethal.
Yeah, it's gonna be 3 damage plus the desperate measures.
Wow.
And that Bloody Sickle.
That Bloody Sickle cost him the game. Most likely.
Wow! Wow! And I don't think... I want to take a moment to just fully grasp how close Tiger was to clawing that game back and winning. Right?
Yeah,
even with 1 HP.
He had so many units on board. He was easily setting up 2-turn lethal.
Man. And with that, Comtrues takes the lead in the series 1-0. And we go straight into game 2.
Really interesting to see in all of these Japan mirrors, just the tiny decisions that basically decide the outcome of the game. But this is going to be a very different matchup. With Soviet research versus
Germany, Japan. Germany, Japan.
Discard, I think.
Yes, I think so as well.
So research versus discard is always a very interesting matchup, and I think discard is usually favored. Depends how much a draw Comtrues has put into his deck and is able to find. But going first against discard is never something you feel great about.
No.
already 2 wolf packs in hand.
That's always the danger, when you're facing discard. If you get one of those cards that you've invested a lot of credits into discarded from your hand, that is a sobering reality you find yourself in. All of a sudden, you've sunk a lot of your, winning potential into that single card. And look, I quite like just playing Reichsbank here, turn 3, and then going for a Whirlwind Wolf Pack turn 4.
Yeah,
and
it
then
looks like he is just playing that Reichsbank immediately. He's under absolutely no pressure from Comtrue's on board.
He's going to double Wolf Pack him here. He's going to 2 turns in a row. He's going to Wolf Pack him. And he's basically going to empty out his hand. And if that hits by the sword, I think Comtrue's is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. These sickles will be able to cycle for other cards in his deck, but hitting a Kuiper Bomb.
Even has a C4 Highlanders sitting there.
This is just stopping all
Wow.
With aggression. But it does give Comtrue's 2 draws from by the sword.
I'd be pretty surprised and impressed if he goes for it now, because he's probably thinking like, oh, okay, I mean, I can draw more in a little bit and not much is going to change, but we know that there's another wolf pack waiting. So he can be wolf packed again now, and if that hits, or the hipper, there's a hipper as well.
Yeah, getting the hipper down as early as you can is really good because it costs the opponent the most amount of credits possible, because it does prevent the gaining that credit slot. So if you play hipper on like turn 12 or 13, it essentially doesn't cost them any credits. But if you play it on turn 5, it's costing them, what, like 7 credits?
And I mean, obviously Tiger doesn't know this, but the other carpet bomb being hit.
Now we see, does he play around by the sword, or is he going to try to flood the board with these whirlwinds the following turn? Because by the sword is a very new, like, it's obviously a new card. It's from Breakthrough, and it hasn't seen the most play on ladder from what I've seen. So Tiger might not be thinking about that, and might allow Comtrue's just to refill his hand.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't have the credits to play anything more this time around. So I wonder, Comtrue's is just wants to allow him to play more units so that he can.
Yeah, and we see he doesn't even play sickle on the errata because he wants that errata on the board.
Yeah. All he does is he moves up guards the Ishak, and make sure that the Arado doesn't have a reason to trade. The MI5.
That will prevent another draw, but we might see Comtrue's. Yeah, he's going to go for by the sword on 3.
And I think that makes sense, especially since you have 2 other cards in hand that are able to cycle. So.
But that by the sword doesn't find him. I don't really think that finds him what he wants to see. I mean, the KV can allow him to put on some pressure, but
I think these
Ishaks. Any more draw.
I think these Ishaks are like a little bit of MVPs for him right now. If you look at the type of removal that is in the hand here for Tiger, it doesn't really feel too good to use any of it on one of these 1/2 fighters, but you kind of don't want that threat of those 2 Chaikas hanging around over you for too long. So it's going to be interesting to me how he deals with that, if he wants to put any emphasis.
To get through this Surrey. Because if he can get through the Surrey, he can start getting whirlwinds to the front line, which means the Chaikas will, well, at least the second Chaika will come in pinned. He's just gonna straight kill the Surrey. Workers Unite is a great draw for Com.
Yeah. I think you just let the board be. You can use the sickle, you can take out the whirlwind, but then you just Workers Unite and kind of pass, because I think there's not a ton of like actual pressure on the board here for Tiger, even though there's units. He's still a few turns away from lethal. Comtrues is still able to be kind of fairly credit efficient here.
He could hammer the Seaforth and then use sickle to trade in and kill the Nebel if he just wants to get rid of the artillery. Because I know that's a very that's a reaction most players have to seeing an artillery on the board, is you want to remove it as quickly as possible.
I mean, I think if you do that trade, that's what he absolutely should have done, because now that Nebelwerfer just kills that Chaika for free.
Yeah, like you were saying before, he was not in a position to really deal with these Chaikas, or the Ishaks that come out of the Chaikas, but with this Nebel sticking on the board for a turn, it just dies for free.
Yeah, and now, I mean, he has the Sky Barons. For 5 credits, he just removes all of that stuff off board. Opts to go for the KV1, though.
He's seen East Surrey, so he knows it's a Soviet Britain deck, so he doesn't have to be afraid of like a phony war combo on KV. So I think that was a mistake by Tiger. I don't think the KV was as big a threat as he seemed to think.
I also, because I think this was something to do with like, I don't want it to get guarded, you know, I don't want him to be able to protect it, but he was holding 2 he was holding 2 tactical strikes in hand, so he had 8 damage into the support line, so even if it does get guarded, he would be able to get it off the field. So I'm a little bit like, I'll put a question mark on that. I mean, I'm sure it makes sense in his head, the way he's thinking about the game right now, but
yeah, it's a lot easier for us to say what's good or bad when we know what his opponent is playing and what he has in hand. I'm sure there's like cards that we know is not in Comtruse's hand that Tiger was probably thinking of when he made that play.
Yeah.
He finds 2 Spy Rings. These cards are really going to be, they're basically his win conditions.
Yeah, and I wonder if he goes for the Sukhov, something like a second rifles or something would be the best thing he could get here, but all right, 845th.
I'm not sure about that Zukov play. I would think I would have rather see the Spy Ring start to come out, while keeping the Zukov as just a card that can be discarded.
The Fog of War. It's there for Tiger.
This Tiger IE coming down. This is the scariest card for Soviet and for Britain, and he's playing Soviet Britain, so there is only a single card in his deck that will be able to kill that, and he does not currently have it in hand, and that's the Naval Brigade.
I guess the good news for him is that at least he hasn't used it.
Yeah.
But what I feel like he has the ability to do is I would move one of these planes into the front line. Call me crazy, but I feel like one of the things you need to do right now if you're Comtrues and you want to really stop that Tiger IE is you need to get 2 or more units into the front line every turn.
I think the strategy he's going for now is basically, he knows that his opponent is playing Germany, Japan, so he knows his opponent doesn't have Kuiper bombs. So he might be thinking that if his opponent doesn't have any guards and doesn't have any like cards like Root Out, he might be able to attack twice more with the 2 Ishaks for 6 damage, and then the Tiger will only be able to kill 1 of them, which means he can then push for another 3, bringing his opponent theoretically into caddy range. Best case scenario.
Yeah, but as soon as that Tiger gets into the front line, now you got a problem. But Tiger just opting to go for the Sky Barons instead. Well, it does challenge the front line, but doesn't take it with a Tiger. Armored Train. I mean, it helps a little bit. But look at how order heavy the hand is for Tiger, and that Black Watch that Comtruz is sitting on. That's going to hit for 8 credits if he decides to go for it.
I don't like Spy Ring here. I think he either wants to play down the Armored Train and try to push face with Ishak, or he wants to just start putting in research for Bletchley Park. Because he has Bletchley Park for a research win condition in hand right now.
Yes.
And I don't know what he would be looking for off of a Spy Ring.
I feel like he already has the research that he wanted. And I agree with you. Just push the 3 and 6 cost research there and play the caddy and attack with it. Is what I would have thought. Because then you're putting your opponent on a timer, and you're getting yourself to a point where you can actually deal with that Tiger IE. I guess this route also makes sense. I mean, he knows that he's more than likely not going to be able to deal with that Black Watch and attack face with the Tiger IE this turn, so he kind of buys himself a couple more turns to finish off his research. He can stall more with the Armored Train, but that Leopold potentially coming out, I think that could be a huge issue for him. I think that's going to shorten the amount of turns. It's going to reduce the amount of turns that he actually has to go make stuff happen.
And Tiger choosing to go face with the comment, I really like that play.
Okay.
It means that Comtruz isn't able to go for research, because it's going to take him 3 turns to get off of Bletchley Park, and Tiger is setting up 2-turn lethal.
I almost got really excited there until I realized that Comtruz does not have the credits he needs to play the Tractor Factory's attack, and potentially get the high roll on the Katyusha. So, unfortunate. I would. Do you go for the radar? I don't think so. I think I take the roll on the Katyusha onto the Tiger IE so that I know that I could potentially kill it next turn.
He might be going for a double synthetic oil on the Katyusha if his opponent continues to leave it on the board, which would be insane if it worked out, because that would be a 10-10 Katyusha. But he's shown his opponent that he has 2 expanded royal researches in hand, and he wouldn't be able to do that in 1 turn because it would be 12k.
He would need 1 more credit.
Yeah.
Dude, that's actually an insane combo. I'm gonna build a deck that revolves around that for sure. But hey, he still has a chance here, right? He can hammer the Leopold.
What he needs to do is pick 2 synthetic oils, play both British researches, both pick synthetic oils, keep Caddy in hand. It sets up guaranteed lethal if his opponent doesn't discard one of those 3 cards. And he has the light infantry to test around.
But so he can't do that because of the comet. The comet would make it lethal.
Oh, was the comet set? Yeah, okay, that's a fair point.
The Tiger IE, the Leopold plus comet.
If he gets synthetic oil now, he still sets up lethal, because if he picks 1 synthetic oil, he can still set up lethal.
Yeah. That would be insane, Chicken. That would be insane. If he picks like synthethetic oil suddenly.
Not synthetic oil. That's the German one.
No, it's synthetic rubber. Synthetic.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Making sure that had anyways, continue.
Or something like.
Synthetic
man,
rubber, yeah,
that would be insane.
But he doesn't see it and instead goes for the train.
He's thinking Bletchley Park. He's thinking Bletchley Park is my win condition.
Yeah, and it really goes to show like how tunnel vision you can get when you're thinking of like, how do I get out of this game? He saw the Bletchley Park and has been thinking about that since he saw the first British research, and I don't think he's considering double synthetic rubber. I don't think anyone considers doubles.
No. Can you target the Tiger IE with your own orders?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Oh.
So Comtrues can once again put himself into a winning position.
Yep.
If he just gets the synthetic rubber and then plays armored train. Because the 6k Fog of War will let Tiger push through and not through attack, but not enough attacks.
No, so yeah, it'll the Fog of War will remove it from the field, and I think he just saw it. I think he just saw it.
He's going, yes.
I think he just saw it.
Yes.
No. Comtrues, no. No.
So close to greatness. So close to greatness.
No.
I'm so sad that we don't get to see that. And second Fog of War is just gonna.
Oh, that would have been so good. Because that next turn, it would have been make the second synthetic rubber, play the caddy, play both synthetic rubbers, attack, win the game. Oh, he's going to be kicking himself when he watches the VOD and realizes.
I'm just so sad we don't get to see that. He could be playing it on his bomber if he wanted to create a 6/6 bomber and kill the
Yeah?
the Panther A. But I think that goes to show like how unfamiliar, not necessarily unfamiliar, but like there's so many possibilities with research that a lot of players haven't found yet, and that's just game. Annihilation doesn't care if it's an 11/11 with heavy armor.
And that's it.
5 or less, and it is gone.
1-2-1 here between Comtrues and Tiger, and what an insanely entertaining series that was, and has been, and will be. God damn, man, that's crazy. I was so excited, Jiking. I was so hyped.
Yeah, when he picked that synthetic rubber, I thought he saw it.
He hovered it, right? Like he hovered it for so long. I was like, he's thinking, he's about to see it. He's about to see it. Then he picks the synthetic rubber. I was like, yow, let's go. But no. My hopes and dreams, they were shattered.
Yeah.
Petriacor is in chat there, spotting the move as well. I can see him commenting that. But we are heading into game number 3 here. It is all on the line. It all comes down to this. Comtrues versus Tiger here. For third place, whoever wins this game secures themselves $200. The winner goes home with nothing. So a lot on the line here.
Soviet Britain is going to be a very strong deck to bring against Japan aggro. And this is not the hand you want to see from Tiger. This is
no.
Passing 1 and 2 as Japan aggro is virtually unheard of.
Yes. I mean, and you get a Type 93, which also you don't really want. And he's going to play it, and it's going to get Katyusha right next turn. Oh, man, you just got to feel for Tiger getting that luck of the roll there.
Yeah, the game's not necessarily over yet, just because of how much like crazy potential this Japan deck has. But it's not looking great.
He can't afford to play the Wakamatsu regiment because he can't afford for the cost of the cards in his hands to go up more.
Yeah, and Sickle finding not the card he wants to see either. Rising Sun, but no units to play it on at the moment.
And you don't want to hammer the 845th, and you really, really don't want to hammer the Katyusha you just bloody sickled. And really, really, really don't want to pass again.
I feel so bad for Tiger in this situation. You don't want to see this for anybody. And I think after this hammer comes out, Comtrues is probably going to realize the situation his opponent's in with what's in his hand.
I noticed that a few people seem to be streaming some OCC watch parties. Shout out to all those people. Shout out to everybody that's watching us in a watch party.
The cavalry does let him get off a Rising Sun, which finds him a Katyusha, and gets the Caddy high roll to kill his opponent's Katyusha. But he still is so far behind. Night Witch's draw will let Comtrues clear the board.
Yep.
And he's sitting on 26 health with 4 health worth of guard. Or 6 health worth of guard, if you choose for the Polycarpov.
What do you think about playing a unit versus clearing against Japan? Because we know, like, there's a couple of Sendais, there's a hammer. That Polycarpov is now probably dead.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him attack, because he's seen his opponent passing quite a lot. So he doesn't have the greatest hand. So just removing the units from the front line creates a lot of dead cards, like for the Emperor, Rising Suns. But this cavalry regiment gets to attack phase.
All right. Really interested in one thing there. Why would Tiger double Bloody Sickle? Why would he search for what I assume can only be another Bloody Sickle on the Polycarpov there instead of just hitting it with the 15th calf and playing the Wakamatsu or something like that?
I think he just wanted to play down the 34th, and I think he wanted to play down I think his choices were 34th pass, like trade into the
but he didn't have the 34th in hand. He got it off of the second.
Oh, the second sickle.
The second sickle, right? So he basically cycled twice to get the card that he played. So for me, that was a little bit weird.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a couple cards in his deck. He could have found another Katyusha. He could have found a Rising Sun. I think with the Japan deck, with a hand looking like his, you want to get down the sickles to just find better cards.
Okay, that's a fair point. I'm willing to accept your logic, J. King.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was the play I would have gone for, but I think that is the rationale behind it. Moving Shaika to the front line.
I like that. Especially once you've seen a Rising Sun come out. You know that having a Japanese unit in that front line is a huge condition for your opponent being able to draw. That also forces the trade, so you're faster to get to that Ishik. Wait, the 3-2 is called the Ishak, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he's now just debating whether or not he wants to play the Desperate Measures. And I frankly don't think it matters, because either way, his board's getting cleared. Leaving him with a For the Emperor and a Sendai. And whatever card he draws. But Comtrues might not want to put himself in a situation where the board's completely empty. And his hand is full of a lot of just like cards that don't necessarily do anything.
I quite like just starting the spiring.
Finds the German. Yep, hovers over the Mikawa. Checks to make sure it's 3k, which it is, which lets him play Flying Bomb. Clear the board and keep his unit. And I think I'd like to see him move the RAF. Lightning to the front line. Oh, he even has credits for the Cossacks. And that's an alright draw, but still struggling to try to come back into this game. And with second spiring and research, or second spiring and Lend-Lease in hand, Comtrues is just so far ahead.
Yeah, and just the ability to refill your hand with that Lend-Lease without being under a ton of pressure, that just means that you're in a really comfortable spot. You know, if you're playing a game, you have Lend-Lease and you're not forced to kind of play it out of desperation because it's the only card in your hand, but you still find an opportunity to play it, I'd say you're probably yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say you're probably in a pretty good spot.
Finds another one. They're not being summoned by 34s, but drawing them in this situation is actually pretty good.
Yeah. Get some beefiness on the board there. It's not the Befeswagen or the beef wagon. I feel like I need to go to like language school or a lot of different languages so that I can like not continuously butcher the pronunciation of everything here.
Yeah. I feel like everything in this game is either from a language which I am not capable of speaking correctly, or just a string of numbers. I'd like to see him push the RAF to the front line, but finds another German research.
What is your favorite research card?
Ooh. I really like British research for the finisher, and I really like German research for the utility.
Yeah.
American research is usually the one I want to find the least. But I really like synthetic rubber. That's one of my favorite ones because no one expects it. Comtrues forgetting that he's not going to have enough room on the board. But it really doesn't matter. He's on 36 health. He has card advantage. He can start playing down German research if he wants to discard.
Yeah.
He's just gonna
go 3, 6.
I want to see him pick the synthetic oil here. Get the +10. Because he has tractor factories in hand, so I mean, going up to 22 credits with tractor factories in hand is almost guaranteed lethal. This is just a very, very slow death for Tiger.
Yeah. And there,
he decides to speed it up.
Yeah, there we go. Comtrues, with his first ever appearance in the OCC, gets himself third place, an excellent result. And Tiger, in his first OCC appearance as well, getting himself fourth. An amazing result for both of these players, and congratulations to them both. But that means that we are nearing in for the grand finals. That's what everyone's looking forward to, right?
Yep, the big one between Innocent Bubbles and Hui Hui. And it's worth noting both of these players are veterans from previous OCCs and veterans from other tournaments, but neither have ever won before. Hui's come second. I don't think Bubbles has ever made it into top 4 before.
Oh.
But now one of these people is guaranteed their first win. And I think the fact that they've been here before and now they're here again in the finals shows that they're consistent players, they're top players, and they're both very deserving to be in this situation.
Absolutely, and I believe both, seasoned veterans of the game, even though they haven't been necessarily to tournament finals before. Well, Hui Hui has been in the finals before, but it's still a new experience for both these players to be where they are right now. And I know Hui Hui is definitely going for the gold there after having to accept silver the last time around. And Bubbles, he's the last remaining team member in the tournament, so definitely wants to be repping, Radiant Gaming, and bringing a title home to them for the second month in a row. So, no.
I don't think so. But it would be their second title.
Their second title,
but,
yes.
Yeah.
Man, months, they go all over the place. Well, all right. With that said, we'll be right back in about 3 minutes with Hui Hui versus Innocent Bubbles in the finals. Best out of 5. Don't go anywhere. Call your friends. We're up to over 150, 170 viewers. That's awesome. Let's get it higher, higher, higher. Let's tell everybody about KARDS. The Christmas season is happening. Nobody has anything to do at Christmas. You're surrounded by, family members you don't really want to talk to and all that kind of stuff. Play KARDS. Easy. See you in just a bit. And we are back, and it is time for the finals. Hui Hui is going to be taking on Innocent Bubbles. I just realized that I never updated the bracket earlier, so I can't show you guys an updated bracket just yet, but very soon. This is what the bracket looks like right now. Innocent Bubbles and Hui Hui are going to be facing off in the finals. What we saw just before this was a fight between... Oh, I changed Okay. Makes sense. It was a fight between Comtrues and Hui Hui. So... Okay, just a note to self, change that back, Ollie. But all right, we are basically ready to give the players the green light, the good to go. What nations are these guys bringing?
Bubbles has Japan, Soviet, Soviet US, and German Japan. I do not remember exactly what Hui has. Hui has German, Britain, Japan, USA, Britain, USA. So Hui has his bolster decks.
Oh yeah. The bolster decks. Oh man.
So I think those bolster decks are going to offer very, very tough competition for Bubbles, but it's that German Britain deck which I think Hui might struggle to win with.
Yeah.
And in the best of 5 situation, you have to win with all 3 of your decks.
Yeah.
Which is a very big difference than best of 3. Because in a best of 3, if you know there's one deck that will struggle to win, you just bring the other 2.
Mm-hmm.
But
so
in a best of 5, one bad deck can cost you the entire match.
So what's the strategy there? Do you think about bringing, you like, you approach it by thinking, what do I think my opponent is going to bring, and I'm going to bring what counters that? Or do you expect your opponent to be like, oh, he's going to try and counter this deck that I'm going to bring, so I'm going to bring the counter to that deck? At what level does the, they don't know that we know that they know that we know that they don't know that we know, at what point does that stop?
I think it depends on the player and what decks they've brought before. So if there's a player who's brought the same deck first every single match, they'll probably bring that deck first again. Or if it's a player who brings different decks, you know that they were thinking about what their opponent's playing. So then you start get into that mind games. But if you're in Hui's position, where he knows he has to win with all 3 decks, he might start with his German Britain deck. And that's what I would recommend personally. Is I think his best matchup is German Britain versus the Japan Soviet aggro. And even if that's the last deck Bubbles brings, I think he still needs to win with that German deck, so you want to bring that German deck.
Okay. I could see that. I feel like this is a very underrated part of tournament play. Like, that people don't always think about how much of an impact this can have. But, well, we don't have to wait any longer. We are going to be jumping straight on into the game here, and it is going to be Germany for Bubbles against Britain from Hui Hui.
And this Bubbles starting first is actually very good for him because he gets this Careless Talk up, which is going to snipe down the Swordfish. Ollie. Okay, so this is Brit Air versus German Discard. Normally I would say that Brit Air has a very large advantage, but Bubbles is just having a very dominant hand. He got to go first, which allowed him to play the turn 1 Careless Talk. Then he got passed on 2 because board was cleared. Flam Panzer on 3 to kill a second Swordfish. Now he's going to start drawing off the Blumenvoss. This C4th is going to be a bit of a problem. because he's now out of countermeasures, and he decides to fake having a countermeasure instead of moving up the Flampanzer, so it looks like he has a from the deep or a missing up. And because of that, Hui might just play Ultra Pass, because he doesn't want to lose any of his units. Moves up the C4th. It's a little bit risky. And Ultra getting Wolf-packed.
Wow, Ultra got Wolf-packed?
Yeah. This is a very interesting position now. Bubbles started off very dominant, but the cards in his hand are very expensive. And Hui could start to build quite a board.
I think it kind of depends on when he uses that Rough Lightning. Yeah, he can start building that board. But yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. That's actually, I think, not great, because you really wanted that to be able to deal with that, to deal with something like that ME410 Hornice.
I have not played with the Hornice at all, so I don't know what exactly the strategy is with it, but I think this is a half decent situation to play it.
Yeah, you basically just want to try and, eat removal with it, get the body down on the board, etc.
Because he just doesn't want to fall too far behind. Because once he gets to 10 credits, he's going to start dropping bombs.
Yeah. And I mean, for Hui Hui, he really now has to choose. Do I take the thing that regenerates his hand when I step into his countermeasures, or do I take out the Hornice? And you don't really... By the way, if you guys know how to pronounce the name of that card, by all means, write it in chat. I love when you guys teach me how to pronounce stuff. And yeah, exactly that. He ends up immediately removing it, because it can really hurt. I've drawn a Leopold with it and dealt 10 damage, and oh, that felt so good. Felt so good.
I actually really like this play, because getting down the Neville threatens to kill the Wrath. Ooh. Empire Strikes clears the board, and that is a big draw from Bubbles.
Yeah.
Kills 2 of these units.
Man, Root Out is such a great card.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we've seen it starting to be played a lot more. Because I think when it first came out, people didn't really see a use for it.
Dude.
But, oh, okay.
Thinking about Bolster plus the Hurricane, what an insane combo that is. You play the Hurricane turn 3, you bolster turn 4, 6 damage to face.
Is this just lethal? No, he can bring Bubbles to 2.
Yeah. I mean, that's an insane combo.
Yeah, you can actually bring him to 1, because he can attack with the Swordfish as well. So he's just going to do that.
It's crazy. It's a crazy combo. He can move up the East Surrey if he wants to as well. Man. What do you do if you're Bubbles? I mean, yeah, you Leopold. It's the only thing you can do, right?
But if he Leopolds, that Swordfish has Blitz, because it was summoned by HMS.
Yes!
So he's dead.
Wow, that's a great point. That's an HMS Illustrious Swordfish. I wonder if...
He just has to play around the careless talk that Bubbles doesn't have.
I wonder if Hui Hui realizes. He doesn't realize. He just saw it. No, he didn't even attack with it. He was so set in his mind that it was not a blitz unit that he passed. No, just play the Leopold again, and then from the deep. What is Bubbles thinking here?
Well, I think Bubbles expected to be dead, so he's not expecting to be thinking this round.
Flampanzer to get rid of that. Guard up. Nebel and from the deep.
But
okay,
does this keep him alive? Yes, it does, because he can't play Charlin, Mosquito, and attack.
Yep. Yeah.
Now, Hui Hui's in a very awkward situation where he's so close to finding lethal, but just not quite enough.
Man, I did not catch that was an HMS illustrious bomber, but oh my god, if he loses because of that, you must be kicking yourself for days.
Yeah, that's like a very, very tiny thing, which I think goes unnoticed by a lot of players, is when you're playing against a Brit air deck, make sure you're keeping track of which have blitz and which don't, because you want to be killing the ones with blitz before the ones without blitz, just in case they get retreated.
Yeah. And the Leopold coming out again, and Bubbles continuing to cross his fingers and toes that there is nothing at the top of Hui Hui's deck that's going to give him the ability to kill him. Monty is huge because it completely negates the ability for Bubbles to play any cards.
He finds the second, I forget what that card's called, but he finds the second
Burst of Fire. Finest Hour.
Yeah.
Most glorious moment, as it was translated in the World Championship. And with that, Hui Hui takes game number 1 against Innocent Bubbles. Man.
I think that was a lot closer of a game than anyone was expecting. If he didn't find that Finest Hour, Bubbles was able to prevent draws for 2 turns, and with the Leopold stuck on the board, that was just... I think he would have been able to just set up lethal.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there's no Monty there, then that goes different.
Yeah, I think if one more turn, Bubbles would have just been able to prevent draws long enough to win the game.
Harnasu. Is that how you? I don't believe you, Petricor. Harnasu. I don't believe you. Continue calling it Hornisse until darkness like slaps me or something. I don't know. Just booze.
Now we're seeing the German Britain deck versus Bubbles' Soviet US ramp research deck, and I think this is exactly what I was talking about before. Is I think Hui Hui is going to struggle to win with this deck versus ramp research.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to run him out of cards, and there's just too many threats he has to discard.
The only thing that I'm looking at here is that Blackwatch, right? If you look at Innocent Bubbles' hand right now, he has 1 unit. The rest is orders. So if that Blackwatch comes down on curve, that's going to be an extremely expensive Blackwatch. Well, less expensive now that he used both his Bloody Sickles, but still going to hit 5 orders.
Finds that War Bonds, but that's probably not going to be able to play it because of that Blackwatch.
I mean, I don't see what anything else that Hui Hui would do there, and bam, all of a sudden, a lot of his stuff became way more expensive.
Yeah, Blackwatch coming down on 5 before you can play War Bonds just absolutely destroys your curve.
And
Hui Hui might have to try just tempoing Bubbles out of this game, because he has the double Sky Barons, which will deal with any B-17 or Avengers.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was thinking about that, right? He was hovering the Panther A there, but you know, if he Panther A's, Bubbles just advanced researches, right? And the board stays pretty much the same. Next turn, yeah, maybe you get in 5 damage, but Bubbles can recoup that with the 845th rifles, and has the hammer in hand or some sort of removal to deal with it. So I really like the kind of line that he took there.
Yeah, and we've seen Hui Hui is also playing the Hornies, which I have literally never seen this card
It's a
played on
great
ladder,
card.
and I've never played it myself on ladder, and now suddenly it's in 3 OCC decks, so
It's a great card. If you go through your German deck and you find like a plane or a card that you're like, I don't think this is necessary, put the Hornies in instead, and it'll be fine. It's a card that you'll always get value from, right? And there he goes, blocking the draw, and he just keeps on researching, right? Synthetic rubber, he's going for it on the Katyusha! Yes!
yes, this is why I think something I've seen on ladder is a lot of players are just get tunnel visioned on whatever the 12k option is, and going off earlier is honestly sometimes can just win games much faster.
Yeah.
And he does get punished by the Admiral Hippo there, but with the amount of draw in his hand, I don't think he really minds. I'd rather see the 845th come out here. Yeah.
Agreed. You don't want to give a potentially just free trade to that Panzer 3. Not on your Katyusha. And the Hornies comes out. Let's see if it actually manages to survive.
Yeah, it's just going to get B17 by the looks of it.
Oh, yeah, it is. I'm telling you, dude, it forces your opponent's hand. It immediately pushes them to go deal with it.
Unfortunately, he's 1 credit off being able to play Skybounds and Tiger IE. But he'll start playing these MI5s, which is actually going to reduce the cost of Buy the Sword when he draws it again.
Yeah. All right, getting the Cossacks there from the parade, not something that's terrible, especially if he's able to kind of keep control of the front line through this turn. Pushing both of them up into the front line would be really good, but nope. Hui Hui is not going to let him get away with that. Man, showing a lot of presence of mind there, making sure to block that front line, clearing a good path for his Tiger IE to get to that enemy HQ in the following turns.
Yeah, Bubbles does not have an Avenger in hand at the moment.
He is looking for it.
Spy rings, but going up to 15 credits with the 3rd War Machine. I think I would have rather see research.
I think he's playing the caddy there, hoping that it'll draw an attack. Like, draw an attack from the Highlanders, draw an attack from the Albacore, something like that.
Hui Hui hovering over Comet.
Dude, Hui, he still has Kriegsmarine in hand, right?
Yeah.
And
this is
Bubbles is going to be forced to draw.
Bubbles might just die next turn.
Yeah. He needs to find an Avenger. Does not find it.
And this is looking like Hui Hui is about to win with the deck that I thought he was going to struggle the hardest to find a win with, which is going to push him up 2-0 in the best of 5 set.
I mean, at this point, I feel like you kind of, surely you feel like you have to start trying for depth charges or something to keep your HP total up.
But he no longer has the credits for that, which means that Hui Hui is going to take this game. Actually, maybe not, because Innocent Bubble's actually using the double Cossacks to heal for 4.
Yeah.
Is this enough?
7 plus 6.
This is exactly enough.
Yeah,
I think.
it's exactly lethal. 6, and then the 2, and Hui Hui takes game number 2 with the deck that he was predicted to struggle with, and puts Innocent Bubbles on the ropes. Man.
Which means Hui just has to find a win with his Japan USA bolstered Burst of Fire deck, which has the potential of winning in any matchup because you can just push face for 20 turn 6 if you draw the right cards. And Bubbles now has to beat this deck 3 times in a row.
Oh my god. It is a monumental task that stands here in front of Innocent Bubbles, stands in between him and the Officer Club Championship title he wants so much. Hui Hui, he's been here before. He came up short. This time he is saying, no more. I'm going to take the title. Hui Hui 2, Innocent Bubbles 0. It all comes down to this. Can Bubbles keep himself alive, or is Hui Hui going to be the last OCC champion of 2020?
Just based on these hands right now, this key 83 is going to come down on turn 4, and there is no answer in Bubbles' deck for it. The best he can hope for is ramping into an Avenger fast enough, but that seems very unlikely, and he also doesn't have any sickles to respond to the cavalry regiments.
That's going to have to use the Katyusha there. Playing the bomber as well, that kind of forces. I mean, do you just go face with the 15th cav there again, or do you trade the bomber? Well, honorable death plus trade the bomber, I guess, at this point. I wonder if Bubbles is just going to tank the damage here, or if he's going to go from the people and then Heroes of the Soviet Union.
I think you should play the War Bonds.
I think you should play the War Bonds as well. Just for that extra credit.
Yeah, I wonder if Bubbles actually watched Hui's previous set. Like, I wonder if he knows that this isn't just a regular Japan aggro. Naval Brigade is a great pickup.
It is. Yeah. It's going to take him a turn to get it out. He's still going to tank, what, 9 damage.
Burst of Fire would just be lethal here.
And his opponent is drawing 2 cards.
2 draws. Does not find it. But finds the 3rd cavalry there.
The pressure continues. The Naval Brigade will take care of the Key 83. The Bloody Sickle able to deal with one of the frontline units, meaning that he's not able to push through. But there's a Sendai in his hand, so he's going to be able to deal 3 damage to face here regardless. He has 2 Sendais.
And the Shiden draw.
And the Shiden! Shiden!
I think this is... Cossacks will keep him alive for another turn.
Oh,
Hammers his own Cossacks. I guess he's thinking about bombing raid. At this point, you're down 2-0, and you're sitting on 3 health, so...
I mean, at this point, you're really just thinking about survival. He does have that research card in hand, so a radar would help him. Depth charges would help him. You know, all of those things would help him. That first stage of research.
Doesn't have his hammer anymore, so he can't kill the Sendai.
Again, I mean, he has to research. He has to hope for the German research so that he can get the V1 flying bomb, kill the Sendai, get the Naval Brigade back.
Armored train. That is, parade into B-17 is usually good, but finds the depth charge.
Yeah, it's gonna keep him alive for 1 more turn, but you know, normally you love seeing the B-17s come out of that, but not this time.
And Hui with a Sendai and Osaka regiment, 2 Takasagis and a Osaka regiment in hand, showing that he he's played 5 1-drops, and those might just be the only 5 1-drops in his entire deck.
Yeah. And Tractor Factories, yes, that's going to do enough to clear the front line, but there is a Sheedan in the hand of Hui Hui that's just waiting to end the game.
His win condition now is play B17 on the left and hit the Sendai. That's the only way he can stay alive.
It's the 20%. But obviously he doesn't know that there's a Sheedan in hand for Hui Hui, but we do. And with that, it looks like Hui Hui is going to be closing this one out 3-0. In absolutely dominant fashion, Hui Hui makes his return to the OCC Grand Finals stage and makes a statement.
Yeah, that was just absolute destruction with his bolster decks.
He is our last 2020 Officer Club champion. Congratulations to Hui Hui. Congratulations to Bubbles for both making it that far. And thank you for insane games. We've talked about this before, how like it seems that the game just gets more and more fun every tournament we do. And I feel like that's true now as well, right? Like it was fun in a slightly different way, but it was fun.
Yeah, it was crazy to see all the new cards and the new decks with Breakthrough. And Hui Hui was the only person to bring Bolster. He brought it in 2 decks, and he won the tournament. Won 3-0 in the finals. Beat Blue Blast in round 1. Beat Comtrues in the semifinals. So
Hui Hui, he beat Darkness round 1.
Oh yeah. Beat Darkness round 1. Beat 3rd place. Beat the person who got 3rd place in World Champions round 1. Beat Comtrues in semifinals, and then 3-0'd Bubbles in the finals.
Yeah.
Bolster coming out big at OCC.
I mean, absolutely. That is absolutely huge. Man, I don't really have words. You know, this was so much fun. I'm also at the same time really sad that it's over. This is the last OCC of 2020.
It's been a great year.
It's been awesome.
This was the 7th OCC, I believe.
Yep, 7th OCC. There we go. There we see the final standings in the brackets, and Hui Hui, proud with his Chinese name there in the Chinese letters on the screen, stating that he is the winner here. And yeah, we were actually discussing this the other day, and in the past 7 months, we've done 13 tournaments that were all like that had all of them had associated broadcasts, because we've done the 7 OCCs, we've done the World Championship, we've done 3 KARDS Open, we've done the Battle of Moscow, and we've done the Battle of Britain, and we did the draft tournament event. So, and yeah, through that, you know, we're almost up to like $25,000 in prizes. I think we've given out like 1,200 packs or something crazy like that. But yeah, it's been awesome. And now that we're planning for 2021, there's plenty of more tournament action to come. And yeah, I can't wait. Before we sign off, any final words, Jaking?
Thanks for all of the work you've put in. You've made this a crazy year for competitive cards, and I look forward to 2021.
Absolutely. Couldn't say it better. Well, I'm gonna be back with you guys tomorrow with the KARDS Open 3 top 8. Myself and Darkness are gonna be casting that. That starts, I believe, at 1600, 1600 GMT, so around the same time as we started today. So if you guys are bored at home during Christmas and you don't have anything to do, then it's the perfect time to watch some cards, teach all your family members about this amazing game, and enjoy. Tomorrow's tournament is a pauper tournament, meaning only standard and limited cards. So if you are a newer player watching this, make sure to tune in tomorrow, because those are the decks that you might be able to build and dominate on ladder right now. So Congratulations to Hui Hui and all the other participants in this Officer Club Championship. This is the last OCC of the year. It's been an awesome ride, and I can't wait for the January OCC in a slightly more mature breakthrough meta. But for now, my name is Olav Steinason. We'll see you next time.